definitely gives a lot of changes in the strategies, and those are the things we require when it comes to the expanding river for the movement, mobility wise. When it comes to the dangerous grass itself, you have a way to do an ambush, or you can actually use it for your passive of your heroes itself. Now, broken walls, on the other note, you have so much of the free space to move around and be able to use it out.
Broken Walls is a map that facilitates slower heroes with less mobility skills, because you just have a lot more gaps in the jungle to be able to move around and facilitate easier invasion from heroes like Baxia as well as Hilda. And then a very important thing is going to be the fact that both Lord and Turtle pits are going to be open on both sides, allowing for the Lord or Turtle dances to occur in various different angles. And as we jump into the draft for game number 1, we can instantly see the Baxia being picked up first by Team Mongolia.
Wow, okay, and going on to the phase of banning though, Hilda, Alice, and Girl have been taken out already by Mongolia. Eve, Angela, as well as Ala have been taken out. But now for the two heroes that have been picked out by Uzbekistan is going to be Gatot Kaca. Again, is going to be one of the heroes that prioritize here. But at the same time, Lunok's been taken out. Now Chi-Chi been picked up immediately by Mongolia.
Mongolia already played 2 games of CC yesterday when they were up against Cambodia. Looking at the scoreline, didn't actually pick it at all against Colombia though. Not too sure if it was banned out, but still a very solid hero overall. Despite the multiple nerfs that have been put on her, CC remains a beast in both the EXP and the gold lane. And then the Kimmy is going to be locked in alongside her. So already a very solid starting half from Team Mongolia.
Oh, agree, definitely. I'm liking how the way that Mongolia right now got a lot of sustainability, damage-wise also will be able to do well for the whole entire team fight itself is already grounded for the side of Mongolia. Now going to Uzbekistan, taking off YSS immediately before the second phase of the banning. I think pretty much right now Uzbekistan is prioritizing to make sure that their assassin jungler will not be taken out very quickly. So these are part of the things that Uzbekistan is taking priority right now.
Going for the Yi Sun Shin as well as Lunok's mid means that Uzbekistan now has a very high potential of going for the double fighter side lane strat. Wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Mongolia get rid of the stronger side laners, especially since they already have a CC on their side. If they get rid of heroes like the Yu Zong, get rid of things like the Lapu Lapu, then it'll be very difficult to actually match up to the CC regardless of whether...
done here, coming from the draft wise, and at the same time coming into Mongolia, right, we know for a fact that they can actually just cut off more of the hero pools itself for their own system, because right now for Uzbekistan they kind of need someone to be even more on the front line as well, or even to actually go out for the back line, and having only Gatot Kaca will not actually give so much of the leeway as well. But looking out for the Phoveus to be taken out from the equation.
Phoveus being banned is quite interesting. CC normally pairs up quite well into the Phoveus. There aren't a lot of EXP laners left in the pool that would have a difficult time against Phoveus. Typically when you see this banned out, it's usually to enable like an assassin, like Lancelot. But Mongolia has already revealed the Baxia, so there is the potential of flexing this. So I think Mongolia might actually still want to grab something like a Lance or a Hayabusa, and they could put this Baxia into the roam position instead.
Oh, definitely. This is the way that they're trying to actually play around with it, and I kind of do agree on that, and that still haven't been actually exposed yet to which of the heroes that they're going to actually put out. But here, Uzbekistan try to actually hold out even more of sustained hero, such as Minotaur, knowing for a fact now there's a lot more of the hideout, or should I say more of the sustained heroes that you want to actually take out. But Granger been picked up for the last ban from Mongolia. What are your thoughts on this, Dava?
Very interesting ban. Don't really feel like it's necessary. But Mongolia indicating they might want to play more of a front-to-back position right now. CC would normally be okay for handling the Granger, so I'm kind of surprised they would ban this. It means that they might be leaning into a marksman in the gold lane still, and this is actually a CC EXP. Now the Ruby going to be locked in from Uzbekistan, once again lending itself quite well to the double fighter side lane, and most likely leaving their EXP laner for last, since it would be the most valuable to counter against Team Mongolia.
this is very interesting coming off from both sides of the teams itself. And knowing now, we are seeing that Lapu as well as Khalid been picked off. Oh, I'm not sure about this choice though.
Why not?
How do I say? I feel like pretty much you have a lot of the grounds of sustainability, right? But I do feel like for the damage-wise, it's still not going to be enough compared to how it's going to be like for Uzbekistan, especially with the Xbox coming along for the front line itself, burst it down immediately with the ulti itself. It kind of shows how much that Mongolia, yes, they have so much of potential of surviving any kind of damage-wise, but are they going to be able to push through with the damage towards Uzbekistan?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from here. So it does look like this is going to be a Baxia jungle. Then we have the Khalid roam. It is double fighter, but with a tank jungle, it means that Kimi is going to be a majority of their damage.
Yeah.
Lapu, Khalid, CC all can output good DPS, but they're largely cooldown dependent or not quite bursty enough, which means that they have to play quite hard for the early to mid-game scaling phase. Whereas on the opposite side, you have the Yi Sun Shin, and the X4 glass pick is excellent here because you are dealing with one tank and 3 fighters. So Xborg is very good at dealing with dive compositions like this with a large number of frontliners. Right now, draft-wise, I do think that Uzbekistan looks a little bit better, but based on gameplay so far, Team Mongolia has displayed strong mastery. So let's find out which of these two squads will be able to come out on top in game number 1.
It is very tricky. It's going to be like how we see where between the fights, who will actually withstand more and who will actually have much more damage compared to the rest. Because the fact is, yes, like I talked about how DPS-wise, it is not going to be enough much compared to how it is from the Uzbekistan side. But when it comes to Mongolia, I like the fact that they are prioritizing on sustainability-wise and now coming in to fight with Hinata, just messing around, trying to invade the area of the team of Uzbekistan and looking for a way to just holding out, such as just trying to actually mess around, try to actually make sure that she doesn't have much of a potential to move around the area. But at the same time, Nika, here's the thing about Khalid, right? Khalid, I love the fact that mobility-wise, Nika can move around very quickly, can actually safeguard herself with the sand itself to give a little bit of health, revitalization for her own health line. But at the same time, here's the thing, once you're moving for the sandstorm as well, you might actually be in a very scary situation or dangerous situation because your lifeline is also very, very slippery.
They definitely can afford to play aggressively with the Khalid, but you still gotta keep in mind on your positioning overall. Looking at the emblem setup on both sides, nothing too out of the ordinary. Zulana is actually going weakness finder on the mid lane Kimi, so intending to be the late game scaler as is expected, since that is going to be Mongolia's main win condition. Whereas on the opposite side, we see Impure Rage coming in on the Xborg as well. Ellis is well aware of the impact that her hero pick is gonna have this game.
Oh, but Softyfly coming in, trying to actually move a little bit closer, but at the same time, Yasha takes down Zulan at first, at the same time, Carry shuts down Slowy. Now, Softyfly trying to go in for the zoning, but at the same time, is it gonna be enough though? They had to pull away first of all with Nika. No one to defend, but at least she's managed to actually pull through. Now, moving along, they try to actually shut down Carry, so that's going to be at least 2 wins in the hands of Uzbekistan. This turtle, it seems like, is going to be in the hands of them if they can actually manage to just shut down and zone out Anu before she takes down. But at the same time, lovely contribution to the fact that even Anu takes down Softyfly, the turtle will be in the hands. But double kill comes through, even with the fact that they try their best to hold out Uzbekistan. That is still not enough, but Anu, great mobility-wise to make sure that she will get that 2-piece without being taken out by Zulana. Shuts down Hinata. It is a back and forth fight indeed, but at the same time, it's just not enough for Uzbekistan to make a difference.
Very messy fight there, unfortunately, from both teams. I do believe that could have done a lot cleaner on both sides. The Raging Sandstorm gonna be forced out here as well. Mongolia has a team comp that's very good at diving, but when they dive, they need to keep the mindset about their backliner, their Kimi, their one solo consistent DPS being targeted down by Yasha right at the very beginning. Uzbekistan had already mainly won the fight by taking advantage of Mongolia's overextension, but then Anu7 got a great play and basically made the difference, even though Mongolia still did end up losing the turtle in the end.
But at the same time, it's all good fight. Trying to actually go out to Nika. Nika will be taken immediately by Yasha. Now going in for the traction pulse. It's not going to do so much damage though, as much as Uzbekistan is doing well. But it's a really good holdout for Zulana. Zulana doing a really good movement right now, just to try to make sure you have a gap. But at the same time, as much as Uzbekistan is forcing all this team fight, Team Mongolia have a really good range of safety net between them.
And Team Mongolia should try to play this just a little bit more disciplined. Again, hold on, they're trying to burst.
They're trying to burst. Zulana had to flicker away, but at the same time, Nika, as the survivor, making sure that she will not be touched. And that is a really good defense coming up from the Mongolia.
Gotta really say, Yasha has been a very aggressive player on this Lunox thus far, and I actually really like that, knowing who her target is going to be. This Kimi, once they remove her from the equation, the rest of Mongolia burns down quite slowly over to the side of Ellis, and Uzbekistan wants to continue playing for that sort of win condition.
And coming in right now, go for the fight. Anu had to move away as quickly as possible. This is going to be a turtle that is going to be contested out. Traction pulse comes through. Zulana goes in for the base attack, trying to actually hold out, but it's going to be the turtle in the hands of Mongolia right now. Avatar Garden put out, got 2 people, but at the same time, is it going to be enough though? Anu will be shut down by slowly immediately, and now Carrie in the midst of all, trying to be surviving it out. Managed to actually move away, but it's going to be only one lifeline with the turtle in the hands of Mongolia.
Still a little bit messy overall. Resistance comes through. Sogerfly actually goes down in exchange for Nika here. I don't think they're going to get too much more from that, but Team Mongolia is still holding on to the lead since they were able to get a turtle from that previous exchange. We are starting to see some of the weaknesses of this lineup. It is very vulnerable to an export, and Zulana is constantly being kept out of position to not be able to DPS down the members of Uzbekistan. If Mongolia wants to continue for their win condition, they need to make sure they're able to extend this goal lead.
The fact that we are seeing that no matter how much they are trying to pressure out, doing in a little bit of film throw here, but at the same time, Alice has no worry. But Carrie comes in from the back line, gonna push in all out. Alice has a danger zone right here with Anu, shuts down immediately her, and now moving along, it's going to be open for the top turrets to be taken out by the Mongolia. Right at the bottom, Nika sticking together with Psycho, looking forward to see whether or not they can manage it out, because the fact is right now, things are slowing down a little bit.
I think that is to be expected here. So far, Anu7 has been doing a very good job on this Lapu Lapu, even winning out that trade against X4, which is not an easy thing to do, and has basically been responsible for keeping Mongolia in a lot of these fights, despite the lack of damage right now, since Zulana and Mob Psycho still need an item or 2 before they become as scary as they usually would be. Uzbekistan, though, even though they are behind by a little bit, don't need to worry too much.
Registone comes in, takes down first Hinata, and at the same time now pushing off with the Mountain Shocker. Does manage to get 3, Traction Pulse pulls through, and Anu takes down slowly, as well as Optifly. Yasha shuts down Carry for the trade, but is it going to be enough? Elias will be the one to be the victim in that situation. Unfortunately, only one will be able to steal.
Well, I literally just said that Uzbekistan don't need to worry too much, but that was under the condition that they continue playing this slowly and carefully, since they do have the better late game scaling. Unfortunately, they grouped up a little bit too hard, and that is where Team Mongolia's dive composition comes out on top. Basically 100% of the time. Uzbekistan cannot afford to take fights like that. They should have probably considered just giving up Hinata at that point, because he was just too far out of position, and they're more of a slow burn type of team, especially with this Lunox and Export.
This is going to be the 3rd turtle right here. Both had their own share, but right now, it seems that it's going to be just a free one for Mongolia as Team Uzbekistan losing their tempo, losing their life as well. Anu goes out to fight. Registone comes through, takes down slowly immediately, but the Treasure Pulse also coming off right now. Yasha trying to survive it out, but Zombie Fly unfortunately will be shut down immediately by Mob Psycho, and now leaving only 3 players to fend for themselves.
Excellent initiation right there once again from Anu7. Mongolia is well aware that now at the 12-minute mark. This is the power spike for their team. This is officially and firmly in the mid-game phase when you've got about 2 items near to the third, where fighters are going to be the strongest. Zulana also being able to start picking up assists, which means that if they see anyone isolated on the side of Team Uzbekistan, especially if Ellis is not around, they can just full commit, pick them off, and they usually won't be punished too much.
And the fact that right now we are seeing that Uzbekistan doesn't have much to actually do some of the damage to at least shred a little bit of the sustainability in the hands of Mongolia. This is the question, but Bajison comes in, doesn't pick up anyone, but at the same time, so much of the damage comes in from Zulana herself, just with the basic attack, but at the same time right here, Anu7 trying to catch up to Yasha, but at the same time, it's going to be the one and only Slowly who will be taken out by Mob Psycho. Now looking forward for Sogdifly as well as Hinata. They're overextending themselves, they're too much trying to defend, but is it going to be enough though? Nope. Team Uzbekistan, they gotta do it a little bit slow this time.
Yeah, Team Uzbekistan is making reactive mistakes right now. Their positioning is being punished because they are playing a little bit slowly. Their response speed is not quite up to the par of Team Mongolia, and they're taking advantage of that. These fights are actually still a little bit messy. I feel like it was definitely possible that Mongolia could have been picked off there.
Ooh, but Yasha, 1v1 with Nika, and Anu comes in. That's not a good situation right there for Yasha. Now it's going to be attacked, immediately been catched, but at the same time, there is the support right here with Russian Pulse will not be able to do anything. At least they back off easily.
It was good on Yasha to hold on to that flicker until the very last moment there. If it was used too early on, 100% that Lunox would have went down. And Yasha is well aware right now that she is a very important player for Uzbekistan.
Now, trying to go all out to Anu. Goes out for the AOG. Doesn't catch anyone, unfortunately. This is going to be the first slot. Salty-Fly, right in the open, will be taken down first of all by Mob Psycho. Now moves in with the last Insanity, but doesn't get anyone. Oh, does get Anu first of all, but at the same time, at what cost at the moment with Nika being taken out by Yasha as well. Now, Carry shuts down Hinata for the trace. It's going to be 2-2-2. Still, they had to back off, and now it could be a lot for Mongolia to take for the win.
Not a terrible trade considering how far Uzbekistan is behind right now. They end up trading both roamers and EXP laners. Unfortunately, Mongolia is going to be the ones that is able to get the Lord, and looks like they'll lose slowly as well. And now the X-Borg in trouble.
It lies. I'm not sure why she wanted to actually even contest with Psycho. The fact that she knows that Psycho already had so much of sustainability. Even with the last Insanity, it's not going to be enough damage to pull through. And Yasha looking for a way. A lot of damage been put out right there, but still, it's not going to be enough as she's just trying to actually hold, making sure that this turret does not fall.
Team Uzbekistan so far has largely been depending on independent action from their players. There's not a lot of teamwork happening here, and I think part of it is because of the way that this composition from Team Mongolia plays out. It's a lot easier for them to just throw bodies at their opponents, and Team Uzbekistan are the ones that have to position a little bit more smartly since they have more squishy heroes overall. If they can hold out the game a little bit longer, their scaling can come into play though. So for Team Mongolia, the win condition is to try and close this out in the next couple minutes.
Yep, Lot comes through right now. Trying to make sure that the Lot doesn't break the holy defense. I think they might be able to do so. Yep, finally able to defend it wisely. But at the same time, the mid lane holy defense already been broken out. So still, the rest of the turrets looking like, oh no, they already broke the holy defense from the bottom as well. It's going to be a little bit bearless right now for the side of Uzbekistan. They're holding for their dear life, making sure that their defense will still be surviving. At the same time, right here, looking for a way to find at least a backline so that they can actually push through. But unfortunately, Mongolia sticking together like glue is not making an easy way for Uzbekistan to come in.
Yeah, Mongolia has realized the mistakes they made earlier in the game that made it so that the early game started off a little more slowly, and now they're positioning correctly to make sure that Zulana is always safe. Not to mention Mob Psycho currently 6-0 on the CC. 9k gold lead for Team Mongolia as we approach the 12-minute mark. If they're able to close the game out in the next Lord, that should be the goal for them. Whereas for Team Uzbekistan, if they are able to survive another 2 Lord pushes or so, last the game out until the 17-18 minute mark, then they actually do have a chance of making a comeback.
And the fact that this is the time ticking right here for Team Uzbekistan, holding off from each an angle to make sure that the team of Mongolia doesn't come near their area. They're making sure that at least the minion push will still be able to neutralize things, because the more the pressure that Mongolia puts on, the more that they will have a problem to contain their area. And somehow, they're making sure that every area does not actually have a surprise ambush attack, and that's what they are worried right now. At least slowly, all alone there, they spotted out. Will slowly be actually catch out. This is kind of actually danger zone for her as well. But at the same time, it's looking like Uzbekistan is trying to do a split push right down below. Maybe there's a possibility to try to distract it out, and this could be an opening for Uzbekistan.
Yeah, I like the positioning and awareness here from Uzbekistan. They realize no one's at the bottom side of the map, so slowly is probably in trouble. Don't want to move too far out, and they're not going to be too greedy about pushing the tower either. But they are giving up the small hole they had over the bottom side of the map. So this is going to be another free lord from Mongolia. So that is somewhat to be expected. Uzbekistan needs to hold this one. And one more. If they're able to survive that, then their scaling can actually start kicking in.
And the fact that they are also trying to actually push on for the top, as well as the lot is already been in the hands of Mongolia. But the question is, they have to actually recall back. It's not going to be easy for them to just make that split push, knowing for a fact that lot is coming in as soon as possible. So this is a danger zone again. Like you talked about, Zafar, right now is all about timing. If they can actually survive this out for the second lot, they might have a chance to reverse things around, or at least have a breather for them to reset back as long as they actually have their power back. But at the same time right here, it seems that they're gonna go in for now.
Yeah, a trend that we saw quite often during day one of WEC.
Nih, masih ada hadiahnya. Mau yang lebih heboh? Kamu bisa belanja di Shopee 12.12 Birthday Sale, Midnight Sale. Ada flash sale iPhone 12 rupiah.
Even though it could have been a risky choice. Now with the Lord pushing up top lane, we'll see whether Team Mongolia wants to just rush in and close out the game right here, or if they want to play it a little bit more safely. The base defense in Uzbekistan is not bad.
Uzbekistan's turret might actually be dropped right this instant by the Lord, but they're coming in slowly and surely. Turret's been done already. Quite disciplined coming in. They're not trying to push. They're not going to overextend. But Anu comes in for the backline. Comes through with the last insanity. But does it going to be enough though? Not much of a damage. AOG comes through as well. But still, we are seeing that at least Anu will be taken out first by Yasha. But revive it up by Soul Fly as well by Nika. But now double kick comes through by Yasha with carry. And living along the one and only right here to be surviving Zulana as well as Mob Psycho. So they had to back off. Enough of the pressure been put out.
Yeah, just like what I mentioned, Team Uzbekistan's base defense is not bad. They have an X-Borg that's going to be able to output consistent damage and a Ruby that can punish any overextensions. And while they did play very disciplined in the initial Lord push, I think it was a little greedy to try and force down the mid inhibitor as well. So while they are still going to be able to hold on to their gold lead there, that was an opportunity that, if played a bit more carefully, could have resulted in at least one more tower for Mongolia if they played the long game instead.
The fact now we are seeing they're setting up a little bit for the mid, trying to break every barrier that's coming in from the side of Mongolia itself. Uzbekistan, they're desperate. They know for a fact that no matter what, at least they will try to do at least the push of the minion. The wave itself will be able to help them just a little bit more so that they can push into Mongolia's side. And not only that, they're making sure that at least there's no much of invasion coming through their side.
Right now, we are 20 seconds away from the next Lord spawning. And from what I already mentioned earlier, this Lord is the last safe chance for Mongolia to end the game on their terms. If they're not able to push in and break the crystal down after this objective, the game becomes a lot more difficult for them, because we will reach the point where Slowly and Yasha actually do quite a bit of DPS.
The fact that we are seeing right now, this could be a lot just given out straight to Mongolia, as we see that Slowly just pushing in right at the top freely. And again, it is kind of a critical thinking coming off from the team of Uzbekistan. They're not going to be able to do anything to actually get that lot or try to steal it off. It's just going to be a good zoning coming out from Nika itself to make sure that Uzbekistan doesn't come in. But here on out, Slowly is getting a little bit ambitious, had to pull away, or else might actually be fighting off with Anu itself. But here on out, we are seeing the moment of crucial for Team Uzbekistan. Can they actually survive the next Lord?
So it was it could have been a little bit cleaner, but I like the coordination from Uzbekistan there. Slowly was deciding whether to keep pushing or to go home there. And she committed to the push at the same time that her team tried to engage on Mongolia to stop them from going home. They unfortunately were unsuccessful in keeping them around the pit, but immediately communicated that information over to Slowly, who changed her mind at the right timing and made sure that no one would be caught out of position. So I like that Uzbekistan is playing this right. They're not trying to contest Lord because they know they're not as good in an aggressive position. But that means they are going to need to defend this. And if they're able to do so, this game completely changes. This is Mongolia's last chance to get a clean close on game number 1.
Let's see, let's see. Lord is marching in right now, trying to catch anyone right on the front line. Zulfify trying to make sure that no one comes in. A lot of basic attack coming in from Zulana itself. Still, the Lord will be taken out immediately by Uzbekistan. But here's the thing, there will be a push come through. Even Anu doesn't get in, Traction Pulse doesn't go in for the follow-up. Instead, a lot of discipline comes in. A lot of late reflex comes through from the side. But now they're pushing in for the side of the team of Uzbekistan. Can Kerry make it through? Kerry had to pull away at the same time. Uzbekistan denying every entrance. There's a late response comes from Mongolia that gives an opportunity for Uzbekistan for breathing.
There were some slightly awkward plays from Hinata there. Anu 7 getting a massive land shaker, but still not quite enough. Mongolia has failed their timing. They're trying to push in still, but here Uzbekistan can actually start hitting back.
Hitting back to Nika. First of all, last insanity just to make sure that Nika dies immediately with slowly as well. But again, Team Uzbekistan, a lot of effort just to take down one player.
Now, things are actually all on the table. Mongolia still has a 7k gold lead, yes, but Uzbekistan have their items. At this point, the goal difference no longer makes that big of an impact, and it is all about that team execution. Mongolia, that was their last opportunity, and unfortunately, they didn't properly utilize their lineup to split up the map. They didn't sync up the waves, which made it very simple for Uzbekistan to focus on the Lord wave and then make sure the rest of their towers were defended. Because of that, this is now a 50-50 game. Anything can actually happen.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's already coming in from 20 minutes. Even this is just the first game of the day, and yet we are seeing so much of the hesitant from the side of Mongolia, when the fact that we've already talked about how they could actually end the game if they can actually have a proper formation or proper positioning to actually pull through with their decision making. But now, Uzbekistan is taking every situation for their own sake. And at the same time, this is going to be an enhanced lot for the team of Mongolia to take. And if they can actually be able to aim it off for themselves, this could be an end for the team of Uzbekistan. And Mongolia cannot make a mistake whatsoever right now.
Yasha going to have to use the Brilliance quite early here, which means that the Lunox doesn't actually have her cooldowns available for this next Lord. Up until now, Uzbekistan has basically been giving up these objectives to Mongolia, which is the smart choice. But now that we're at the 20-minute mark, they should fight, and that's what they're doing.
They're going in for the back first, but at the same time, Yasha had to pull away. Last Insanity comes through, doesn't catch anyone, does get Anu though, but at the same time, Inles having a problem with the Furugar armor, having a little bit more small life, and with the Avatar of Argadin, doesn't even make it through. Now they're going all a little bit of a messiness from the side of mid lane here, and they had to pull away. No one was in the casualty.
We can now see how awkward this is for Team Mongolia. They've been leading, they've been controlling the map for the entire time, but now they cannot even keep themselves in the river. Kyrie still trying to go for it though.
Kyrie going in, pulling off, trying to find a way to go for the big line, but at the same time, losing the life at the moment right now. With less insanity, will be pushing through. Nika takes down Yasha first of all. Kyrie will be immediately shut down by Elias, but at the same time right here, pushing on with the Raging Sandstorm, moving on with the rest of the Uzbekistan lifeline already depleted one after another here. Hinata left all alone with Slowly, and with Softify will be burst down by Zulana.
That is a mistake there from Team Uzbekistan. They had the clear advantage over the Lord Pit, but did not target down this Kimi. This is the issue of this hero. You cannot ignore her at this point. She is the only consistent late game DPS that Team Mongolia had. And if they were able to at least zone Zulana out of the fight, that would have gone completely differently. But now Lord control is reset. Even with the numbers advantage, it is unlikely that Mongolia will be able to push in for now. So the game is going to get extended.
The game is definitely pushing overtime right now with 22 minutes in the clock already. Team Mongolia still a little bit messy on the team fight itself, but yet great job coming in from Zulana to make sure that she doesn't get caught up by Uzbekistan. And that's what makes a little bit of difference coming in from the fight itself, right? You have your one and only DPS that will be surviving and be able to do so much damage, as well as bursting down the enemy opponent. But now, looking on the side of Mongolia, they're not going to wait any longer. They're going to go all out for this Lord. And Uzbekistan, if they do not stop this, it could be a free lot. Yet again, an objective being covered by them. But here, look at this. Nika doing a great job zoning out Yasha. Will deny it, but Lily's looking for a way. Can she actually break it out? No! She stole the lot! She freaking stole the lot! This is the time for Uzbekistan. Is it going to be enough? Yasha takes down Carry first of all. Avatar Guardian going to be storm deprived to go in for Anu. But is it going to be enough? No, Zulana comes in to just burst the damage and we're making sure that Uzbekistan doesn't pull it. But I am rendered. Hinata comes in to drag more Psycho with Eliza, burning her to the ground. And now Uzbekistan making a difference.
A very small mechanical misplay that cost Team Mongolia dearly. They had already completely zoned out slowly from the Lord Pit, but they forgot about the consistent damage of the X-Borg and slightly missed the retry timing. Uzbekistan trying to push in now.
They're trying to push in, pulling off, taking off. Nika takes down by the side, but Zulana did manage to take down Yasha as well. 35 will not be able to survive it out by Zulana's damage. A great comeback comes through from the Uzbekistan, but unfortunately with the forcing of the DIT, and it will be the faulter of themselves.
That's greedy again. Another mistake, this time by Team Uzbekistan. They grouped themselves up to get mass AoE stunned so that Zulana could do the damage. They were perfectly healthy. They could have definitely pushed in there. But these teams are getting desperate. The finesse is completely lacking. It is now absolute chaos in the land of Dawn, as it all now comes down to execution. Which team is able to keep their wits about them? Who is going to be able to set up the map more effectively? Even though Uzbekistan were able to get the Lord, thanks to that mistake of trying to just brute force their way through the mid lane, they're going to get nothing out of it.
I mean, at least they'll be able to actually clear out the turrets, right? And this is what they needed. A slow push coming through for that minion wave, making sure that they're getting closer and closer to clear out some of the territory of the Mongolia itself. But still, it's a risky move. It's not really like a 50-50 chance that Uzbekistan is definitely going to change it out. But here on out, Bouncer Shaka comes through to Anu. But slowly, that is kind of a big mistake. You want to meet up with the one and only who have so much sustainability in their hands. It is not a good move.
I mean, it's perfectly fine to just go for the poke at that point. Yasha trying to commit on Anu, but it's going to be another situation where you don't quite have the lockdown necessary.
Yeah.
But doing that does mean they have slightly better positioning over the riverside. The next Lord is coming up in 15 seconds.
Next Lord is coming off for 15 seconds. If Team Uzbekistan can make a difference with Eli able to actually steal away that Lord, that's a great superb mechanism coming in from the team of Uzbekistan. But here's the thing, Team Mongolia, will they allow it? They go into the back line. Nika comes through, spotted out Stogdify first of all, goes out for the slash, but Traction Pulse comes through with Eli. Eli's had to back away. Burger Armor doesn't have the opportunity to actually do the well, so they had to pull away from the positioning. But Mongolia as well, they're not really that committed. They had to back away. Curry was spotted out quickly, but now they're pushing in for the skirmish at the moment right now with the side of Eli, trying to break every single movement. But Anu was able to zone out Yasha, but at the same time right here, Kerry will be able to survive it. Eli, unfortunately, last insanity doesn't come through. AOG comes in. Will it be enough? No, with Zulana just breaking, bursting down, but does manage to take down Nika first of all. And Zulana doing as much as possible to shut down Stogdify for the trade. And at the same time right here, we're slowly finishing down by Boy Psycho. Now pushing on with the last insanity. Doesn't get anyone. What a waste of the skill. And now Hinata left out alone trying to survive it out. Pushing on, moving with the flicker. They're only left with 2 players and will be taken out. Now Hinata left all alone with Yasha to be surviving, but did manage to pull through with Anu to be taken down.
This is absolute chaos right now, and I'm gonna be honest, there's nothing good I can say about it. Both these teams are just playing off of pure instinct. There is no macro sense being put into you. The way they're positioning these fights is just, I see enemy in front of me, I'm going to hit them. And that is not how you're supposed to be playing the game right now. Both sides need to lock in. There needs to be proper strategy going into this. At the very least, I will give Team Uzbekistan props for actually having the macro sense of keeping their lanes shoved out. If not for that, Mongolia would have ended this game a long time ago. And having multiple fighters means that Mongolia should be able to split push. They don't need to be relying on team fighting to win out, especially now that we are at the 27-minute mark. But hey, that's the situation we find ourselves in, and we can only pray and see what is going to happen next.
I think for the record, right, I think this is actually the longest fight we've seen, even from yesterday's series, pre-series that we saw from the group stage. This is the longest one we've come here for, 27 minutes in the game itself now. This is going to be the 3rd Lord coming in, actually 4th Lord to push in. And if Team Mongolia or even Uzbekistan leave it out to be open. It could be either side to make sure that they can push into their own turret and get that crystal. But the question is, the upper hand definitely goes out to Mongolia because they keep allowing the minions to push in right at the top. So let's see how they're going to be able to set up for the Lord.
Yeah, Team Uzbekistan so far has still been doing a great job of splitting the fights by getting the side waves pushed out. And Team Mongolia are still not very efficient at responding to it. But they will see. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Yasha pushing on straight to Nika, but doesn't got enough. Fraction Pulse will get 2 players, but at the same time, right here, Anu comes in. Raging Storm comes through right here with Hinata having a lifeline, still surviving though, but at the same time, at the quad cost right here with, or even the Lord comes in to fight it off. A little bit of the airborne, and Anu takes down Elas first of all with Zogifly. Burn to the ground, with Zulana just comes through. Does manage to have the Winter Crown though, but will they be able to survive with the 4 players just pushing on with Zogifly also be terminated?
Massive misplay from Team Uzbekistan. There was no need for them to go for such a rushed dive, especially with one of their squishier members, Yasha, going in and popping both ultimates straight away. That meant that they had no longer any DPS to handle the side of Team Mongolia. So even though they should scale better damage-wise, they just gave it all up. This Lord going to be secured by the Mongolian squad. And now they have one more opportunity to finally close this game out.
29 minutes, 20 seconds in the clock, and Mongolia getting the 4th Lord should secure them already the winning here for our first round of the first series of the day. And Uzbekistan kind of slow. They weren't able to actually defend long enough, but will they be able to do the last defense system so that they can be able to turn things around? It looks a little bit dim right now for the light of them, but somehow if they can make a difference, they can actually switch up and at least take advantage of the mistake, because somehow both of this team have made a couple of mistakes with each other, but yet it is going down to be Mongolia who push in with the Lord.
One more opportunity. They already failed to maximize this the last time, but it looks like they have learned from their mistakes. The waves are actually synced up. At the very least, they should be able to take all the inhibitors. Can they close out the crystal?
Let's see. Fraction Pulse takes down Yasha, having a problem right here. Still surviving with immortality, but at the same time will be taken out by Anu. Now moving along, trying to go all out with a burst. In last insanity will be pulled through, but is it going to be enough to take down Nika and Anu? Nope, not be able to do so. Elas had to survive it out, but did manage to take down by Hinata with Zulana. The burst damage dealer will be shut down, and it's going to be an opening for Uzbekistan to clear things around.
Even with another Lord, a 29-minute empowered Lord, Mongolia were not able to push into the base. And unfortunately, they once again missed position and leave their main DPS in a vulnerable spot, where Team Uzbekistan were able to take advantage of it. And this is after they bursted down the Lunox first. They should have had a clear advantage when Yasha was taken out of the fight. But so far, these teams are still making misplays.
And it seems that overextension coming in from Anu 7 there, but I don't think it will be able to survive though. Last Insanity comes in, does have the burst damage, but Anu 7 still survives. Registon comes through to actually take down Elias with all the skill has already been done. But now, we are seeing that at least they're trying to burst it out and they still survive all those damage now. Moving on, Hinata will be caught off guard. AOG comes through. They want to make sure that this is going to be the last defense. They did manage to actually avoid that casualty, but at the same time, the crystal, the minion will be pushing in. But at least we do see that Yasha comes back to survive it out and clear things out.
And looks like they will be able to keep that alive. Now they're turning the fight around. They've nearly taken out Mob Psycho, but they will be able to back off in time. No more minion wave though. Uzbekistan not going to be able to take a tower off of this. But the timing lines up. They can actually transition over to the Lord, and Mongolia doesn't have their jungler.
They don't have their jungler. This is going to be a free Lord to be taken, and they cannot make any more mistakes. They have a lot of division that they have to be taken care of. Not only they have to be wary of this push that is coming off from the top, but at the same time, Zulana comes in, takes down Sadifa, and still away the Lord in the hands of Mongolia. Yasha takes down Mob Psycho, but is it going to be enough? Comes in with a Thrash and Pulse, and right this instant, Nika will be the next victim to be shut down by Uzbekistan. Who would have thought? The steal comes in, the Thrace comes through with the full squad wiped out.
And that is going to be it right there. A full team wipe onto Team Mongolia, even though they were successful in stealing the Lord away. Team Uzbekistan now have a direct path through the mid lane. They will still have to clear the Lord off though, and it's actually going to take a surprising amount of time since they are lacking a proper marksman. That means that they can't close the game out with this yet.
There's still so much of the potential for Mongolia to think since it's around, right? The fact that, yeah, they still have the push, they got the steal from the Lord itself, but here's the thing. Uzbekistan, they're holding off for the spawn side. The revival that is coming from the 3 players of Mongolia, they can take advantage of this. They leave Soli right behind there, and now they're trying to push in, try to break this mid lane turret. Finally comes in, and let's see if they can actually manage to do so. Burn the ground with Anu. Anu trying to actually zone out. Can he make it through with the crystal? Right here in the crystal moment. Hinata just break it out with the base outside. Can they actually steal it up? Wow! Uzbekistan will be the first win for the first series.
What a chaotic Game 1 between these two squads here. What a way to kick off day 2 of WEC. A 33-minute slugfest that finally ends with a victory for Team Uzbekistan. In fact, their first game victory of the entire tournament. But let's just say I got a lot of things to say about this one.
Go ahead. I love to hear it because, again, it was messy. It was crazy messy coming out from all the team fight. Do you agree on that?
Oh, yes.
Like, from one end to another end, we do see that there was a lot of plays one after another. It's either like, if you were able to actually catch up, we would be able to actually take down Mika first of all, and then they would... Well, but at the same time, it's just like a... It's like they're taking turn one after another. It's like, I'll take that, you'll take that, I'll take that, you take that. And in the end of it all, who gets to win?
I think the only factor that made the difference here was the macro play from Uzbekistan. It wasn't perfect, but it was there compared to Team Mongolia, who basically didn't try split pushing the waves at all. Even though that would have been a very clear win condition for them with the type of draft that they're playing, they could have just kept the pressure up by pushing the side lane. They could have ended the game at the 15-minute mark if they just synced up the waves with the second Lord push. They could have played so much cleaner throughout the game. I'm gonna be honest, I feel a little bit bad for Anu. Because if I had to pick an MVP, it would have been that Lapu Lapu. She was trying so hard to secure these wins, getting so many multi-land shaker stuns, so many clutch plays with the Raging Slash. The rest of her team was not able to keep up. They had the scaling, they had the lead in the initial stages, but they just didn't fulfill the conditions needed to close the game out with them.
And the fact that you saw how it was, the second lot was already marching in. Yeah, you can definitely see how most of the players of Uzbekistan was making sure that they will shut down the second lot. And they had the opportunity to just break that mid lane, right? That mid turret, that inhibitor turret was already prepared for them to just go for the diving composition. They were hesitant. All of them were just hesitant and they fall back straight away and giving so much of the space and time for Team Uzbekistan to come through.
They were actually correct to be hesitant. Like, being hesitant there is the correct choice. The wrong choice was being hesitant first and then deciding, you know what, let's just do it anyway.
Yeah.
That's the issue. They were like, it's not just the Team Mongolia issue as well in this case. It was an issue that was happening with Team Uzbekistan as well, where they overcommitted sometimes, undercommitted at other times, didn't properly position themselves inside team fights. They were able to come out on top in the end because they did have more natural scaling, but if they had approached the fights better, 100%, they could have won at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. And the fact that, again, I've talked about how a lot of the hero pools, the hero draft itself, I know that probably most of the players are probably on the side of how we see in the paper, right? There's not a problem with the draft between both of the teams, especially on the side of how Mongolia decided to have so much of sustained heroes on their side, and they pretty much focus more on the DPS on Zulana. And I think Zulana was actually much of the game changer. All the burst damage that was put out by her, and even the thresh and falls to make sure that it keeps grounded of the team of Uzbekistan made a lot of difference. But the question is, as much as you hold your whole positioning, or you just survive so much of the damage that's been put out by your team opponent, still not going to be enough at the end of it all.
Yeah, adaptability was very much missing this game because both sides just decided we're going to keep doing the same thing, right? The definition of insanity is trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting something to change. And in this case, I think we got to see proof that that's not usually going to be the case. Cleaner gameplay needs to happen. Better execution, micro-wise, needs to happen. Better sense, macro-wise, needs to happen. We gotta give props to Team Uzbekistan for being able to hold out that game long enough, but I also think a lot of it came down to the mistakes being made by their opponents. So it's hard to really say.
And I feel like at the time being that we are seeing from Team Uzbekistan, something that we need to actually address is the fact that they were able to defend very goodly. Even after the second lot, even after the third lot, they were...
Download aplikasi GoPay, selalu gratis top up dan tarik tunai di Alfamart dan Indomaret.
Top up saldo kena biaya ya? Iya kak. Tarik tunai juga.
looking at her and she's like going all out with the last insanity. That was a steal that Uzbekistan was looking forward, that made things, everything just turn around for Team Uzbekistan to come back to Team Mongolia. But then once they go in for the last lot dance itself, where yeah, they did everything. They pulled all their stuns out to steal away the lot from the hands of Uzbekistan, yet at what cost? With a full team wipeout in the hands of Uzbekistan.
I think when we compare these teams, Mongolia seemed a little bit more solid in terms of like personal gameplay on the micro end, whereas Uzbekistan had better positioning in terms of the macro end. We are going to hand over the MVP of this match to Ellis, which I do not believe was on the Kimmy.
Yeah, no. It was actually Xbox, but it's okay. we do agree on that she deserved that MVP though, because every single decision making, the call out that was done by her, definitely deserving of the acknowledge as well. With 7,316 KDA, damage wise per minute was 5,960. I think that pretty much we did say compared to what it is done by the Team Mongolia is much better. It's just that the fact that they lost this game is unfortunate for Team Mongolia itself.
Actually, I think that was supposed to be Fasha because that was the Lunox's score and item build.
Ah!
So, well, honestly, I would probably give it to Fasha out of anyone because that Lunox played very aggressively, had good burst. I do kind of wish that sometimes she held back a little bit. Because, yes, if you can get a really quick pick off with the Darkening, that's excellent, but you're not going to get that a lot of time, and you are basically the main DPS for your team, so maybe keep yourself a little bit safer. There are a lot of things that can be pointed out here. I think Ellis, unfortunately, didn't look the most comfortable on the X-Borg, actually. I feel like the last Insanity was used too early a lot of the times and put her in really vulnerable positions without her Viraga armor. Hinata also looked a little bit out of whack with the Ruby, sometimes making misses, the flicker hooks were not really landing, but they did have the better scaling, they had the wave management. That's what allowed them to close things out in the end. And we'll see what kind of adjustments these teams will make going into game number 2.
Ooh, our second map is going to be Dangerous Grass. And we talked about how these teams have only one lifeline left. And if Team Uzbekistan can make such a miracle gameplay like that again for this second round, it would mean they are the team to qualify to play off instead of the team of Mongolia. But what if Mongolia learn from the mistake they've done? Because again, you talked about how Mongolia looked a little bit more sturdy compared to Uzbekistan. When we talked about how Uzbekistan winning against Mongolia is only on the fair line because a lot of the execution that was done by Team Mongolia was not at par, that was supposed to be clean enough for them to win that game.
I think Team Mongolia would have been in a much better position if they actually just had a proper late game carry. They were very dependent on the Kimmy, and Kimmy works well late game, but you usually pair her up with someone else. That's usually why she is in the mid lane a lot of time rather than the gold lane. If they had a proper marksman or an assassin in the jungle, I think Mongolia could have easily closed out that game in terms of damage differences. So let's see whether they decide to go for that in terms of the draft now that they are one game down. And once again, to remind everyone of the stakes, these are the play-ins. It's a best of 3 series. The loser ends their journey at WEC.
Let's see. So far for the banning phase number 1, Lunox, Hilda, as well as Chi-Chi will be the first one to be taken out by Mongolia. Uzbekistan, on the other note, took out Yves, Alet, as well as Angela. But yet again, Mongolia prioritizing this Baxia.
There's nothing wrong with prioritizing the Baxia. It is still a very solid jungler, but you usually will want to pair it up with a solid amount of damage. And Kimmy alone is not going to be enough, especially now that Uzbekistan is actually stealing it away.
I think pretty much we did saw Uzbekistan with Kimi last yesterday, I think, when they were fought off with Turkey, but they didn't actually manage to pull through the fight off, and that's the reason why they weren't the one who actually qualified for the playoff. But they did manage to do a really good damage until 15 minutes in the clock to be fighting with Team Turkey. And we know for a fact that if that kind of game comes down to 50 minutes, it shows how much of a potential that Uzbekistan is kind of actually showing off. But here on out, for the choices of Mongolia, they picked up Granger. Previously, they actually banned off Granger, and now Farsa will be the third pick.
Alright, this makes a lot more sense already on paper. Farsa as well as Granger are going to work very well together. You have a very solid artillery backline. That means that you want a very solid front line that can help protect them. Baxia has already won, but you would want another secondary fighter that's able to hold the line in between, especially now that Hayabusa has shown up as well. That means you want someone who's able to lock him down and prevent him from jumping onto the artillery DPS on the side of Team Mongolia.
Great front line as well as back line execution coming off from Uzbekistan. Now, looking on the side of Uzbekistan, the one that they actually be able to ban off right now is Alice to be added on to the side of the pick list. And somehow, I feel like when the Mongolia, right, the more that they actually can take off the goal lane can actually produce even more effects here to Uzbekistan.
Yeah, getting rid of the Alice is very smart here from Uzbekistan. Kimi is going to be quite vulnerable in the back line, not to mention Mongolia does need one more frontline fighter that can help defend the Granger and Farsa. If they're still going down this line, then getting rid of heroes like Yuzong or Lapu Lapu is probably what they want to eye next. Meanwhile, Team Mongolia getting rid of the Harif is now focusing on making sure that this Granger is going to have a good time in the goal lane. Now that they actually do have some late game scaling, the goal is to have heroes that can delay the game long enough for them to come online.
Yeah, I mean, and we know for a fact that kind of like a direct counter to the side of Granger will have Iritil on that ban list, unless they don't really think that it is necessary on the pool side of Team Uzbekistan, because I do think that Iritil hasn't been played by this team from all the group stage itself, even from the last year as well. We haven't seen Iritil been popping off, if I'm not mistaken. So we are seeing that it's not going to be Iritil, but it is going to be Ruby, because the way how it is used by Hinata previously was a little bit of respect needed to be put out.
And just like that, Iritel going to show up here as a lane counter over the side of the Granger, which means that we are not going to be seeing double fighter side lane on either team for this particular matchup. Means that we are looking at general scaling. Mongolia now has the opportunity to go for combo plays. An early game roamer and EXP laner should allow them to punish having two marksmen and an Hayabusa on the side of Uzbekistan. If the Hilda wasn't already banned out by themselves, this would be a good time to lock it in.
Let's see if that's going to be the case as well as Team Mongolia right now. I think pretty much the only thing that they need more is just at least to have that frontliner that is very capable to actually hold up, and that's why they put out Rock as well as Lapu Lapu. And there's nothing wrong with putting out Lapu Lapu, because we saw how it was when it comes to Anu 7. There's a lot of game call-out decision-making that was done by Anu using this Lapu Lapu was just really pure great fight indeed. And but at the same time, Uzbekistan comes up with Akai for the last pick.
Akai, this is interesting right here. Where is this Akai going to go? Is this EXP lane Akai? Because Hayabusa is definitely going to be jungle. Probably going to be Akai and Gatot flexed into roam or EXP, and we'll get to confirm that once the game begins. But these are definitely more standard lineups overall. This time around, I like Team Mongolia's team composition. Very classic, got good early mid-game scaling, and then you've got late game built in with the Granger as well, as long as you make sure you play your team fights well during during the first couple minutes. On the opposite side, the Akai going to be a very interesting addition. Depending on where it is going to be put in terms of lanes, it will have a higher impact, but it is a little bit more difficult to execute in comparison.
I think this is very tricky coming out from the side of Uzbekistan. But again, it is up to them because when we come to the fight, it is all in the hands of these two teams. Again, everyone, welcome to the WEC 2025. This is the first series of our second day match for the play-ins. They have only one life to go for them to prove themselves to go to the playoff between the team of Uzbekistan versus Mongolia.
Team Uzbekistan will be able to take one more victory, then they will officially end the journey of Team Mongolia here at WEC, something that Team Mongolia is going to try and avoid at all costs. And now we have a confirmation that this is going to be an EXP lane Akai, but they've actually swapped. It's Hinata in the EXP lane when she was previously the goal laner.
Yeah, and then moving on right now, Yasha just pulling off great damage here with Hinata takes down Carry first of all for the first blood. Great job pulling through. That's the shred damage that we want coming in, and somehow the rapid comes through, but that's not a problem with Sogifly to just move away. Mob Psycho 1v1 with Ellis has no problem to just stand on its own, but so far right now, Uzbekistan, Sogifly, a little bit of overextended here. Mighty Swing comes in, but will be able to survive.
We are seeing Hinata getting a 1v1 win against Anu. And this is on the Lapu that she popped off with last game as well. This Akai EXP already working out quite well, and a very interesting lane swap as well. Not something you would see very often. But we are seeing a lot of teams just underestimate the level 1 power spike of Kimi. You would think, yes, I am a Baxia, I should be able to tank a lot of things, especially with my teammates backing me up. But I think there was a failure of communication to let them know that Hinata is going to be joining that fight. And that really does swing things around.
Things around indeed with Nika just trying to overlook every single movement that is coming along by Uzbekistan. The first turtle is going to actually be contested by Uzbekistan with Nika trying to find a way whether or not she wants to actually take out or try to actually avoid or maybe intrude the equation that was done by Uzbekistan. But it seems that all of the players of Team Mongolia is just focusing on the bottom lane. It gives an opportunity for Uzbekistan to infiltrate their own buff. And now, moving along, Yasha with just a basic attack to just shoo away Nika immediately. And now coming in with the Quark Shadow, seems that it's going to be Zulana to be taken out by Slowly.
Yeah, we can definitely see Team Uzbekistan feeling a lot more comfortable now. Even a flicker forced out from Nika, but now the Kimi in some trouble. AOG comes in, the Saver though, and the Revitalize. Kairi not going to be able to survive. Actually, it is going to be able to survive that. Just barely. Ooh, slowly.
Oh, that was a bigger mistake. I don't think that Mob Psycho realized it, how the movement of Kairi, but at the same time right here, Anu will not be able to do anything.
So far, Team Uzbekistan still doing a great job with their rotations. This Akai actually making a big difference, being able to hit level 4 earlier than usual since she is in the EXP lane. Means that it's harder for Mongolia to walk up. They're still not too far behind in terms of gold right now. And once we hit 5 minutes, it's going to be kind of hard to fight into them since this Farsa will start hitting really hard.
The fact that Urgent Rapid being put out by Nika, gonna do an airborne there, but at least will be able to survive it out. Such great positioning coming out from Mongolia. They know for a fact they want to do some damage here to Uzbekistan, but still not enough.
Yeah, if that wall was just a little bit closer, they could have guaranteed a kill. But now they're engaging onto Anu up top.
Going in for the shadow kill. Anu just a little bit more goes in for the shuriken, and straight away Anu will be taking out another 1 kill in the hands of Uzbekistan, making it 4.
I'm liking the movements of Slowly so far. They can see that there was a gank down bottom, so they instantly go for the top lane instead. And they're well aware that Anu on this Lapu was actually a bit of a problem in the last game. So if they can already stifle her progress in the earlier stages, it's less of a worry to think about. It also unlocks Hinata from the lane and allows Yasha to get an extra bit of farm.
Now the turtle is going to come in, but the Feather Strike comes through, but did manage to take down Yasha immediately with the last hit from Carry. But at the same time here, turtle is open. They're trying to actually go in for the dance. Mongolia comes in to join the party. Sogifly trying to make sure the zone in. Can they actually make it through? Comes through with the bravest fighter. Does manage to take down the turtle in the hands of Slowly, but now comes in with a mighty swing with a tectonic touch, but doesn't manage to actually go in for the follow-up. And now they manage to scur away without any casualty.
That still ends up being kind of a win for Uzbekistan there. They lost Yasha up top, unfortunately, but it's still not that big a deal since there's not a lot of information that she could have used to avoid that situation in the first place. Instead, by taking the turtle and then avoiding the team fight, they made the correct choice there to allow themselves to slowly fill up goal.
Lovely movement, dive composition coming in from Slowly. Goes in for the Quack Shadow as well as with the Shadow Kill. Now Zulana just takes out from the portion.
Her name may be Slowly, but she's definitely not moving that way across the map right now. Hayabusa looks to be a comfort pick here for the side of Uzbekistan, and having heroes like the Farsa on the opposite side who are particularly vulnerable to the Ogi Shadow Kill is allowing her to really build up these stacks. I don't think you have a Sky Piercer yet on the Hayabusa, so that is one thing that Team Mongolia can feel a little bit happy about. But you're gonna need to play this a little bit more slowly. Look for the better team fights.
Feather Airstrike opened out, tectonic charge straight away, gates down, so they fly immediately, but that's just gonna be one win at least in the hands of Mongolia.
I mean, one win is still better than nothing. Sogdifly definitely went too far with that push out, not really respecting the possibility of the Earthen Rampart, and even after the Feathered Airstrike has already been used.
And even so, with the Shadow Kill comes through, it's not going to be enough to take down Anu. With Hina, Hina will be almost taken down by the Eastern Rapid, but Heavy Spin had to pull away for the survival.
Okay, there we go. Starting to see some slightly more solid rotations from Team Mongolia now, and that has made the difference. Goal lead still in favor of Uzbekistan, but it's not a very big difference. And both sides do have pretty solid scaling into the late game. We are now reaching a very fragile point in the game. Next turtle up in about 10 seconds. Whoever wins out this next exchange is going to have a very solid advantage up until the 10-minute mark.
The fact that right now, the economy-wise, is not as big as deal right here between the team of Mongolia and Uzbekistan. Setting up will be done right here as Nika overlooking every single grass. Make sure that there will be no surprise attack. Doing a little bit of swing here with Hinata, but then again, Crash and Pulse comes through from Yasha. Now gonna push into the side of Carry. Carry trying to be burned to the ground, but Feather side has been opened. Takes the turtle in the hands of Slowly, but now the zoning that was done gives an opportunity to Uzbekistan.
Yeah, the positioning from Team Mongolia was greedy, and because of that, it was a bit too scattered. They were attempting to attack from multiple angles at once, but Team Uzbekistan knew they only needed to focus on one target, which is Kairi on this Baxia. As long as they can keep the jungler away, they can get the turtle for free, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, right now, Slowly trying to make sure that she'll be able to actually have a really good split push, making sure that they can divide every single attention by the team of Mongolia. Somehow, Slowly goes for the Shadow Kills. Can he get it carry? A little bit of extension there, but with the Feather X-Side, it doesn't get anything. It's just pretty much a little bit of picking and poking from Slowly.
Zulana has not been allowed to maximize the usage of this Feathered Airstrike for the entire game. Every time it has been popped, it has been a reaction to Team Uzbekistan rather than some kind of set-up play from Mongolia. And they have a Grok. They should be able to get these big team fights along with the Farsa. It's just that their movements across the map are not quick enough. Having Anu disabled right from the very beginning and Hinata roaming free means that Mongolia just doesn't have enough map control to take things on their own terms.
The fact that 3 turtles already in the hands of Uzbekistan, a lot of the economy-wise definitely goes out to them as the advantage. And Team Mongolia, they're moving around, following the flow of Uzbekistan is not a good move. Now, Mighty Swing comes in, trying to actually pull or push Hinata away. Doesn't do much of the damage, and they're trying to figure out who to actually burst down or break first so that they can have the opening.
Right now, Uzbekistan holding on to a 2k lead. We are 8.5 minutes in, so this goal difference doesn't actually make that big of an impact. And Mob Psycho has still actually been free farming the entire time. 0 deaths so far on this Granger, but also 0 Sky Piercer stacks. If Mongolia can keep this momentum up, they do still have a chance of turning things around the longer the game goes. But it's going to be a lot more difficult since compared to last time, there is no clear team with an early game power spike.
They're going to go in all out for the backline first. Carry was spotted out by Hinata, but then Earth's Rapid coming in, and with the Feather X-Strike comes in. Shadow Kills, try to push in. Zulana had to be cancelled out, but Yasha takes an Anu immediately, giving it an opening for 1 kill in the hands of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, the one issue with going for the Grok Lapu Lapu final 2 picks from Team Mongolia is that although they're really good in teamfight situation, they don't really have anyone who can be dedicated to stopping the advent of Slowly on the Hayabusa, which means that every time a team fight starts, especially when the Federer airstrike is popped down, the Ogre Shadow Kill just comes out. Even if it doesn't get the kill, it cancels out Mongolia's main DPS at this stage of the game and can even zone out Mob Psycho.
And takes down Zulana indeed by slowly and now pushing on with the Tectonic, trying to actually go in for the Mighty Swing. Doesn't get anyone just yet, but at the same time, Anu7 trying to actually shoo away with Mob Psycho, just trying to span out all the skills, all the attacks to the side of Uzbekistan. It's not doing much favor as still Uzbekistan having a lot of ranging themselves.
Mongolia needs to stay together in order to make team fights happen, but their catch is not quick enough to punish the mobility coming out of Uzbekistan. Oh, here comes the tech dart.
Tectonic charge, Mighty Swing comes in, Yasha flickers away. But at the same time, Hinata will go in for the heavy spin to survive it out.
Hinata slightly messed up the heavy spin there, actually ended up pushing Nika out of position to allow her to flicker to safety, but it still ends up being a pretty okay trade. The Lord will be able to pick off the top tier 2, they're able to get the mid tier 1, even the bottom wave is pushing. Uzbekistan's macro control is actually really solid based on these two games.
The fact that Uzbekistan, we talked about how they had lost 2 of their games on their group stage. This is a better positioning, a better performance coming in. Shadow Kill comes in right here, just a little bit more, try to go in for the bravest fighter, but didn't manage to hit the landing and at least survive it out.
Yeah, Anu got lucky there that it ended up spreading to the minion wave. A wall comes out, it's a good one, but there's no tech charge because it was already used earlier.
Federer side is open, try to actually burst down the Uzbekistan, try to shoo away them to make sure that they don't come in clogged. But at the same time here, Curry trying to actually pull out all stuns to make sure that they survive it up. But Saltify looking for a way out, trying to push away with the Thorn as well. But now comes in with the Tectonic charge, gets 2 players. Now it's going to be Liles, who will be taken out by Anu first of all. Hepizin to be surviving out, had to pull away. Now Uzbekistan making a little bit of slight mistake.
Yeah, that is definitely a mistake from Uzbekistan there. They thought they were safe, but they...
Is that a good... Oh, that was not a good positioning, even though we're slowly trying to pull in. Now, 2 lifeline will be taken out by Mob Psycho.
It was a small mistake. Now it's a huge mistake. Mob Psycho had no kills before this, and now she suddenly got 2 shutdowns and Sky Piercer stacks because slowly tried to go for the greedy Ogre Shadow Kill play. Losing out on Ellis wasn't too bad of an issue, but losing out on the 4 kill streak and feeding it into the Granger, who so far is still not died once this game, is actually the precise ticket that Mongolia needed to put themselves back into this game.
You gotta step back just a little bit. Getting too confident can actually cost you your life. And Carry is spotted out. Traction Falls be put out right here, trying to survive it out. Eli's getting all out. Federer side has been open. Something doing it all to all the teams of the team of Uzbekistan. Even though they did manage to actually trap it, in the end, Team Mongolia comes through.
At this point, I am pretty sure that Kairi already has that blade armor. You could see that Yasha was basically killing herself based on the damage on that Baxia. And even after all the time spent wailing on her, they weren't able to take Kairi down. With Mob Psycho now actually starting to scale up, Uzbekistan's lead is slowly dwindling away. They still have good macro play, their scaling is still in place, but Ellis needs to lock in. This Iritel hasn't been able to really position herself in the best places so far.
But in that we put out Traction Pulse to carry. Yasha doing as much damage, but it's just going to be sheltering out with Saltify will be the one to be taken out by Mob Psycho first of all. 1 player down, now 4 players to go. But at the same time, Alice is just going to do a little bit of split push right there at the top all by herself. She's opening the door. Anu comes in, gonna actually deny it off, but the turret has already been dropped.
That's excellently played, and Team Mongolia are now hesitant to actually contest the Lord. Even though they could have committed to it after sending Anu back, they've given up the control to Uzbekistan.
Heavy spin comes in from Hinata, trying to actually make sure locked it to the wall of that area, and now pushing in. River Spider comes in for the air strike, but it's gonna be Yasha to take down Anu 7, and now it might be an open Lord for the hands of Uzbekistan.
Team Mongolia is a bit too hesitant. They're not willing to take risks, and that in itself is punishing their movements across the map. They could have sent the Lapu home and then just continued controlling the Lord Pit, but they walked backwards just in case Anu wasn't able to do it. Not having that faith in your teammate to get the 1v1 is what ultimately cost him that objective, and now Uzbekistan have been able to regain some of their lost ground.
Now, this is going to be the Lord that can change things around for Team Uzbekistan. Mongolia, however, they gotta make a change here for their own defense. Russian Pulse been put out. Kairi, again, one of the targets in the hands of Yasha, looking for a way for them to go out from the front line so that they can actually pull through. But somehow, Team Mongolia, they're sticking together like glue, making sure that Uzbekistan does not crush their formation.
Mongolia should be able to hold on fairly alright. Again, an artillery composition on the side of Team Mongolia means that their base defense is going to be pretty solid actually. As long as Mob Psycho and Zulana keep themselves safe, they should be able to clear up minion waves quite well, but it is very synced up.
Ooh, Ely is almost caught off with the Feather Extract, but now Lord comes in. He'll be defended by the Mongolia. Treasure Falls put out, but there's not going to be any follow-up comes in for the Uzbekistan, as well as now they're just overlooking from the side.
This is power, having multiple backline DPSs. They can clear waves very quickly, and oh, that was a mistake from Nika, not able to hit the tech charge. But they won't get too punished from it. The minion waves are being very efficiently cleared out by Mob Psycho.
The fact that Team Mongolia
Consistent pressure from Uzbekistan.
slowly comes in with a shadow kill, takes down Zulana, the one who makes the great DPS come through. And now at the same time, Hinata comes in with a heavy speed, locks it to the wall, and they will be able to push her to the side to make sure the carry will be taken out. Now two frontliners is out for the backs, and now they go in for the AOG. Nika in trouble, had to pull in, but at the same time, Anu surviving all by herself, will be able to be taken out by Yasha. Two players still surviving out, but this is going to be a crystal. Yasha just burning to the ground, comes through with a core shadow, but it was really the crystal in the hands of Uzbekistan.
A beautiful game played by Team Uzbekistan here. They'll keep themselves in the competition and move on from the play-ins. Game 1 was a battle of which team made more mistakes. But Game 2 is where Team Uzbekistan showed the world what they were truly capable of. Really good call, strong microplay, especially from Slowly on that higher Busa. A well-deserved victory.
And the fact that I feel a lot of the dividing focus coming out from all of the players from Uzbekistan, where Eli's make the decision making to just push that top lane. And then the fact that the moment she was able to be spotted out, a lot of the attention coming up from Mongolia itself was quite aware, and they were actually divided. They were actually in the dilemma whether or not should we go with the Lord, should we actually just maintain here for the Lord, or should we just like go back and help Anu to be surviving out to make sure that the turret will still survive it out.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that were done right here. But that does unfortunately mean it is the end of Team Mongolia's journey here in WEC. And what I think a lot of people might consider as an upset, since this region has shown up multiple times as a dark horse in international tournaments. That just goes to show the level of gameplay has definitely improved here in the women's MLBB ecosystem as well. Either way, as you guys can see up on screen, we're already ready for our interview. So Rose, take it away.
Team Uzbekistan takes the W this time around in a 2-0 sweep up against Team Mongolia. And right now, I am with Hinata and the manager from Team Uzbekistan. First of all, congratulations. Now, I want to ask, how are you guys finding Malaysia so far? Because I didn't get to ask this yesterday.
Вчера были очень командные матчи. То есть мы плюс-минус, мы понимаем,
So yesterday they were expected that all the teams were really strong and it was complicated to play against them. That's why they were preparing for the next matches.
So they were doing a lot of preparation for today. Now, speaking about the preparation for today, after winning your play-ins match, you guys will play another match later on in the afternoon, right? How is the preparation for that like? Because playing 2 games in one day is not that easy. It's very tiring.
Как вы готовились? Ну, готовились подряд, правильно? Как вы готовились? Какие у вас практики? They were discussing a lot of tactical skills and things with other players. They had a lot of meetings, and also that they have a lot of practice with other teams.
Oh, you guys have been screaming with other teams. How is that like? Is it good? Have you met all of the girls here, like made friends with some of the regions?
Exactly.
Oh, I see. Now, maybe this could help the international audience know Team Uzbekistan better. Maybe you can share, maybe the manager can share a little bit about the MLBB scene back in your home country. How is it like in Uzbekistan? Is there a lot of players now?
MLBB being popular like during this year, because unfortunately last year it wasn't so popular, but now we have a lot of teams. We have open team with the male and female, but as you see, the strongest is female.
Oh, the strongest is female. I like that. Women empowerment. And you know what? It just started getting famous this year, but you guys are actually doing really good. The women's team is moving on later. So I hope to see more from you guys later. Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Hinata. Thank you. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to give us a post-match analysis on this game.
Thank you very much, Rose. And once again, congratulations to Team Uzbekistan for making it through the play-ins to the next stage of WEC 2025. And definitely a well-deserved performance as well, like a far cry from what happened in game number 1. It definitely looked like they were more comfortable, which is very shocking since we got to see the Akai EXP for the first time. Their side laners literally swapped the roles.
Yeah.
So, really good calls.
I think pretty much we saw how even from the start of the game itself, Team Uzbekistan was much more confident, and they know for a fact that earlier on they'll be able to do so much damage towards the side of Mongolia. So they were roaming around freely, and that's the trust that they have within each other that made it so much good for the second round of the match itself. But compared to what it was on the first round, there was a lot of things that needs to be done, that they do it within that gap between the first and second match shows how much of adaptability that was proven out for the team of Uzbekistan itself.
It definitely felt like they identified what went wrong in game number 1, what caused the game to go all the way to 33 minutes long. They stole away the Kimi. That was one of the main issues that was delaying the game for them. They focused down the Lapu Lapu during the laning phase, even specifically picking the Akai against him to try and keep him there as long as possible. And then they also made sure to win out that early phase and position themselves in good positions when it came to team fights. Not to mention they were already the team that seemed to have better wave management skills in game number 1, and that definitely availed them once again in game 2.
That's the thing, when you already be able to actually do all the micro decision, even though we did saw on the first match or the first round itself, they lose a lot of the objective to Mongolia. Now we are finally seeing that Uzbekistan controls every single of the objectives for the second round. 2 slots slain was by them. Turtle was also in the hands of them. No whatsoever contest that was done by Mongolia could be done for the team of Uzbekistan itself. And looking from the economy wise, we did saw even from the mid game itself, Uzbekistan was just leading already with 1k.
They were already building up a very solid lead for themselves early on. Now, both teams actually had pretty okay scaling in this game just based off of a draft. So even though Mongolia was a little bit behind early on, if they made the right moves, they definitely could have made the comeback, especially after the big mistake from Uzbekistan, which gave Mob Psycho the first 2 kills, as well as a shutdown onto the Hayabusa. But the very aggressive movements and the unfortunate reliance on each other that came from Team Mongolia allowed Uzbekistan to slowly claw their way to victory.
I think pretty much that we talked about how slowly every single time we'll be able to caught off guard the players of Mongolia without we even noticing it. It was really fast, and yet making sure that it gives a lot of the advantage on the side of Uzbekistan itself, and how they were able to actually control the movement of Mongolia. Every rotation they done, they will be there to control it.
Their positionings were great, and again, the macro sense is there. I feel like Uzbekistan has an opportunity to be a bit of a dark horse here in the competition if they are able to clean up their micro mechanics and continue to draft as smartly as they did in this game. Let's go ahead and award our MVP, and this time I definitely agree that it is slowly on this Hayabusa.
The KDA of 5-1-4-1 was stolen by Mob Psycho, but still, even from the start of the game, she was already popping off with that 3 kills all by herself with 3 PM 692 and 3,827 DPM. Definitely a game maker right here for the team of Uzbekistan. Congratulations again to them for making it into the playoff. Unfortunately for the team of Mongolia, this is where we say goodbye, but thank you for participating and as well as pride of the side of the team or around the players that was able to qualify to the WEC 2025.
And once again, revisit the things that went well for the side of Team Uzbekistan by looking at the highlights here. Once again, a heavy focus onto Anu's side of the map, giving themselves strong EXP lane priority initially, and then taking advantage of the aggression on this Kimi. Allows Yasha to position very closely, consistently do damage, and since you have an Akai and a Gatot standing in front of you as well, you have a solid amount of CC and bulk to punish whenever a mistake is being made. There were some good plays with the tectonic charge being made, but they still couldn't maximize it because you can see how safe Team Mongolia was trying to position themselves.
A lot of the times that we are seeing that Uzbekistan made a couple of mistakes. Actually, one mistake leads to a big mistake that were done, but yet they managed to reset back again and making sure that it will be able to come through for the side of Uzbekistan. And I like the fact that Hinata always caught the team of Mongolia right with the heavy spin to lock on to any kind of walls within the land of Dawn. That makes it really hard. But here, the decision making coming from slowly with the shadow kills was really good diving composition. And here we go, Hinata just lock on anyone she sees and making sure that they can't move at all. And it keeps even more grounded of Team Uzbekistan to come through and just shuts down every defense mechanism here inside the team of Mongolia.
Yeah, I think any team watching this game is now going to realize, okay, maybe we should ban the Hayabusa if we're going up against Uzbekistan in our following matches. There's going to be information that's important to process for everyone else. And the Akai also being a pocket pick. Now it makes you wonder, right? The side laners swapping. Is this going to be a permanent thing? Is it only specifically for the Akai being played? Is it inside Hinata's hero pool? I think it's a very rare case where teams will swap positions when you are on a stage this large. But I welcome a little bit of spice every now and again.
Agree. Spice makes the taste even more better for the serving of the dish itself. So we're looking forward to see what's going to be like for the team of Uzbekistan once they move into the lower bracket playoff. And now we're going to focus on the next game that is going up against for the upper bracket semifinals. And it is going to be between Indonesia, who won against their two teams at their grouping stage, with Cambodia as well.
We are going to be witnessing battles between teams that already did win out their group stages, which is going to mean even higher mechanics, even more intense gameplay, and even more strategic drafts. So if you guys already thought that this first match of the day was entertaining, well, we've got even more coming your way.
Yep. Looking forward to see what's going to be like, because right after this, we don't know which team is going to meet off for the lower bracket finals as well for the playoff. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Come back and watch us and support all of our 12 countries here for the MLB Women category.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
toss a coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon?
Lunch yuk!
Yuk!
Yang hemat aja.
Lagi ngirit nih.
Pesan di Shopee Food ada diskon rame-rame. Diskon 50% hingga 200.000. Buka Shopee Food, klik diskon rame-rame. Pilih
toss a coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look at my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past.
Kita punya dua-duanya. Tiap hari pilih Cibor yogurt stick.
Taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that who to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tip that be high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Wow, traktiran mobil dan 12.000 produk Rp12 di promo puncak Shopee 12.12 birthday sale. Mulai duluan 11 Desember jam 8 malam. Ada voucher ulang tahun sampai dengan 100%, diskon sampai dengan 120.000, dan potongan langsung 1 juta. Hanya di Shopee.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment.
Welcome back to the World Welcome back to the World Esports Championship 2025 live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. You're with me, Fasha Bani, as well as Stafa on the caster desk. This global event is proudly organized by the IESF and MESF with ESI as our strategic partner and is generously supported by our KBS, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital.
And of course, we can't forget our official partners, Red One, Aiku, Solos Merch, Monster Energy, CK Music, and lastly, our official chair partner, Razer. Thank you everyone for joining us once again because we are about to jump into the upper bracket semi-finals for the women's MLBB category.
Yes, sir. This is the 4 teams that able to qualify from the group stage. They were able to actually dominate their own division, but now they have to actually do a great start out for their own brackets, because now moving on to their own path to actually go to the grand finals, they must meet each other first. Now let's take a look on the bracket first off. We see that Malaysia will be meeting off with Egypt for their upper bracket sections, but on the side of our upper bracket that will be live streaming is going to be Indonesia versus Cambodia. On the side of our lower bracket, we have the teams that was playing for play-ins previously, and the only teams that were able to survive it out is Iran, Turkey, Uzbekistan, who takes down Mongolia just now, with Argentina will be meeting off at the lower bracket. So now the question is, Indonesia versus Cambodia. This is actually a deja vu, because in 2024 they've already met each other. But to move along with the schedules even more further, right here we have the Indonesia teams meeting off with Cambodia, while we are going to see this fighting off. The next schedule that we are going to see is the team of Iran versus Turkey, as well as Uzbekistan versus Argentina.
There's going to be plenty more exciting matches, and once again, as a reminder to everyone, the men's category matches are going to be happening at the end of the day, so make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled for that as well. But yes, as you pointed out, this is a bit of a revenge match between Indonesia and Cambodia. In fact, these are the two teams that scored the top two positions during WEC 2024, with Indonesia taking championship title and Cambodia ending up in the runner-up place. So that means there's a chance now for Cambodia to show how much they have improved, but Indonesia is still not an easy opponent.
Agree. I mean, again, we talked about how their past achievement have already put a lot of their names on top, and now coming off from a really good start off from the group stage as well, we know for a fact that they are not looking for a break. They're definitely going to dominate from the get-go to the grand finals. The question is, since this is like a redemption arc that we've been talking about, because some of the teams, they haven't met each other, but this team, Cambodia, they've already faced off Indonesia the first time debuted for the WEC 2024. But 2025, there's a lot of patch notes that's already been done. There's a lot of things that you can learn from the last years. This is the 1 year gap that you have to actually adapt, as well as rotate back and even actually enhance and strengthen the chemistry within your team.
Those of you who joined us for the first match today already saw that it was a little bit chaotic overall.
Yeah.
The teams were still looking for a little bit more stability, that it eventually was found by Team Uzbekistan and allowed them to move on into the next stage of the playoffs. This time around though, these are two very accomplished teams in women's MLBB, which means that they've got a lot more to prove, that's for sure.
Yeah, but without further ado, let us welcome the team that wants to make a difference right this instant. They were denied immediately last year, 2024. They literally had to drop down to the lower bracket of their own playoff. They rise, they fight off Egypt, they fight off Ukraine, and then they ended up to meet off with Indonesia at the grand final. Can this team make a difference here for 2025? Give it up to the team of Cambodia!
Their opponents on the screen right now, walking up on stage with style, with vigor, with aggression, because they have dominated this ecosystem for years on end. Their winning streak continues, and they are not eager to drop it anytime soon. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Indonesia!
Let's start it off with the salute to each other, the fist bump to commemorate, to say, have a good game. Let's fight fair and square, and let's show everyone in the MLB scene whereby women should not be looked upon down. We have the team of Indonesia, Fumieko, Vival, Sini, Shell, and Mother of Tanks, Vivian.
This is a team that has already solidified their position in the entirety of the ecosystem, who has proven themselves time and time again throughout the history of not just this competition, but those around the world. Their performance during day one was already impressive, and you can see that they have not lost their touch anytime soon. Their hero pool is solid, their mechanics are intact, and the coordination speaks of a team that has played together for a long time. All of us already are familiar with how this team wants to approach the land of Dawn, and it is going to be up to their competitors to see what kind of challenges they'll bring to them.
Yeah, with the title right now, waiting for the team of Cambodia to find a way to just break off from that runner-up place. Moshi, Tegami, Ilan, Bao Bei, as well as Uwe. Can they make a change? Change off the history record, scrap it off from the 2024 and 2005, making them the year for the Cambodia team.
There's definitely a reason why this team was able to secure the runner-up position during WEC 2024, and they were able to perform admirably during their group stage as well, sharing the same group as Team Mongolia from earlier. They're actually the only team whose victory was marred by a single defeat, dropping a single game in their series up against Team Mongolia during Group C, a team that has already been eliminated after the first match of the day. What have they learned from these experiences, and will it be able to translate into the performance they need to take down these titans?
I mean, it shows kind of like, how do I say, not to say a big picture of what is going on between these two teams, right? Especially from Cambodia's side. If they could actually lose one map against Mongolia, who actually lost to the side of Uzbekistan, does it mean that Cambodia have some sort of maybe a loophole that Indonesia can actually overthrow them? Or maybe Cambodia still have a lot of things that they need to catch up right here for WEC 2025?
Indeed. I'm definitely looking forward to it, because this is also a very notable roster here coming in from the side of Cambodia. You would be familiar with them as members of Team CFU Serendipity, and CFU Gaming is already a lineup that has gained a lot of notoriety both in the men's and women's categories. Therefore, there's a high expectation. But this is probably their most difficult opponent out of the entire competition. Multiple other teams have already kept an eye on Team Indonesia for good reason. And I'm expecting us to stick to pretty meta drafts here, because you can't really afford to give up anything less.
Oh, agree, definitely. Now, we did manage to actually see Broken Wall for the first round as well as the Flying Cloud. But now, we're going to go in all the way to Expanding River for our second series of the day. And for me, Expanding River, we've talked about it, how the impact that it has for the players, for the rotation and the strategy, pretty much for the mobility-wise, how you will be able to move around very quickly in the area of the wood side, or at the territory size, you can be able to actually move around, just make a little bit of trouble for your own opponent's sides. And coming off for the team of Cambodia as well as the team of Indonesia, the first pick is going to be Indonesia team, and the batting already started off whereby two of our mid laners has already been taken out from the portion, Jushin as well as Yif. On the side of Cambodia, on the other note, they took out a lot of the sustained hero, the tank heroes such as Baxia as well as Hilda.
I think it is quite interesting, the trend we're seeing here, because every single match that Indonesia has played on broadcast has actually been on Expanding Rivers. Every single case. So this is a map that worked quite well for them, and they are known to be a fairly aggressive team, wants to make those early game rotations, so it supports them well, which is why Team Cambodia has elected to get rid of heroes like Baxia and Hilda that can take advantage of maps that provide you with more movement speed.
And again, they keep on focusing on all the mid laners. I mean, not to say that Kimi is only known for the mid laners as well. It's pretty much a hero that can be flexed out. But they're focusing much on all the damages, or even those who can be able to provide a lot of the team fight support coming off from Indonesia teams. Now, Cambodia, on the other note, took off Arlet from the equation.
Taking out Arlet is perfectly recognizable. That is a hero that was already played by Team Indonesia prior. I was wondering if the Team Indonesia would want to prioritize a mid laner since they seem to be putting a lot of focus onto that. But they do go for the Grok first, which of course does make sense. One of the best roamers under the current meta. But if a mid laner gets locked in here from Cambodia, which it will, that does limit their choices.
And again, we talked about how Gatot Kaca has been pretty much a popular hero to be picked out as a prioritization, as Grok been taken out by Indonesia. Now Cambodia just picked up Lunox as well as Gatot Kaca.
Lunox and Gatot going to be a safe opening. Lunox particularly worked out very well for most of the teams who picked her during day one of WEC. I'm not surprised to see it getting locked in early, especially with multiple other mages already taken out of the pool. Considering that it was Team Indonesia who did this themselves, I'm wondering what their plan is going forward. Farsa is still open, but it is going to be vulnerable to Gatot, so you might want to lean into something else instead. They go for the Lancelot first, and we already saw this performing incredibly well yesterday alongside the Hari.
I mean, we talked about how Vival was just popping off from one end to another and just using every single diving composition with the usage of Lancelot. And we know for a fact that she's mobility should not be messed around with. Now, looking on the Cambodia side, now they have the opportunity. Maybe they want to actually take out the assassin as well. So Suyo will be picked up before the second phase of ban.
So this is going to be the first time that Suyo actually shows up on the main stage. It was played in a couple of matches during the group stage, which we did not show. In fact, Cambodia themselves played it during their game 1 versus Colombia, and they did end up winning that one. So see whether this is going to be a jungle Suyo as is traditionally played, or a more recent edition of EXP Suyo.
Looking on the side of the Vayne, right now we are seeing that Esmeralda will be taken out from the portion. And we know for a fact that Esmeralda, with the movement, mobility-wise, as well as sustainability, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Cambodia to actually burst down Indonesia. So those are the things that they are required to actually take a look on.
Kind of surprised that Cambodia would ban out the Esme themselves though, since they already have a Lunox that counters it, and they could have actually locked it in for themselves to deal with the Harif. It means that they're already thinking of something else. They're probably leaning into your typical marksman into the gold lane, so we're of course going to be eyeing things like the Granger, for example. Uranus gets banned out by Indonesia instead.
I know the pattern-wise for this, for I think like 2-3 months ago for the patch note, Uranus has been like one of the popular heroes to be picked out, one of the prioritized, right? But then lately after the patch note, it hasn't been one of the top heroes to be picked out. But again, for the last pick for the Cambodia-wise, they are taking out Valentina. They're wondering who are they actually worried that Indonesia might actually steal their ult.
That's really interesting, because right now there isn't a particularly powerful ultimate on the side of Cambodia outside of AOG, and even that is somewhat manageable. So getting rid of this already tells Team Indonesia that Cambodia is planning to get a hero with a notable ultimate. Next could be something like a Yuzong, probably, I'm looking at, since the Esme was already taken out prior. Could also be things like the X-Borg, so I think it's a little less effective now that there's already a Lance and Harif on the Indonesia side.
Even Lapu Lapu has already been taken out. A lot of heroes that you will see from the side of Indonesia, right? There's definitely, they want to make sure that not a lot of the pools hero picks that can be taken out by Cambodia, the one that can actually sustain on the front line, making sure that they can actually guard out every movement that Haris wants to go in, especially with Indonesia having Lancelot, want to move as freely as possible. Now, Sdafa, what are your thoughts? What are the heroes that probably Cambodia can actually grab before they taken out the proportion of themselves right now, with only have one hero to be picked up before that?
They could go into Yuzong here. They can either, they are looking at EXP or gold. Gold is already shown on the other side, so Granger is not going to be contested away. Either you lock in the safe gold where you already know the counter, or you go for the EXP lane first. And it does look like it's going to be the Phoveus. Now, I will make one surprising observation. CC has been completely ignored.
Oh my god, yeah, I kind of noticed that, yeah. TT, one of the heroes that we've been seeing how is very popular from day number 1, right? Been prioritized, and we talked about how CC is really good when it comes to like having the AoE with the CC as well, the curtain call, but pretty much this is not really particularly been favored by both of the teams, or is it going to be a surprise factor coming along into this game?
It is possible for Indonesia to grab the CC now. It actually has a good lane into the Phobius, but looks like they go for the Glue instead. Traditionally, the Phobius lane counters have been CC, Glue, and Esmeralda. With Esme already banned out, they go for the Glue, completely ignoring the CC. And the Kadita also going to show up here, since the mid lane hero pool has been narrowed by quite a bit. It's not a very good solution into the Lunox, but it can punish everyone else.
I think for
Dapat saldonya gratis, tarik tunainya gratis. Murah, 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 selalu harga murah. Di aplikasi GoPay selalu ada harga murah. Download dah.
really good cooldown for themselves, but is it going to be one of the heroes they are quite accustomed? I think, yeah, pretty much it is inside their signature pulse heroes, so if they want to pick up Granger, there's not a problem for them.
Could also Claude. I don't actually like the Granger as much here. I feel like there's a lot that threatens the backline. The Harif can dive, the Lance can dive, the Kadita can dive. I would have actually liked Claude a little bit more, but it does take up the risk of having to play for super late game. So Cambodia doesn't want to go in that direction. It does mean that the goal lane is going to have a bit of difficulty, and you would usually want to keep your last pick on the red side for a more counter-based hero. But nowadays, the marksman hero pool is pretty narrow, so they're just going to go with it.
I mean, talking about how right now Cambodia want to play it a little bit slow, the question is Indonesia going to allow it? Because so far right now, we do see some of the heroes picked from the Indonesia side, they be able to actually have that level 4 extension level to be able to actually just penetrate against the side of Team Cambodia. But the question is, Cambodia, they need to slow down that pace and they'll be able to survive it out. And if that can be done here for their first round of the game, it could actually be able to have a really good fight between these two teams. But this is just us saying it on the cast that, again, welcome to the World Esports Championship 2025. This is our second series of the day for the MLB Women category. Indonesia versus Cambodia.
This is going to be our upper bracket semi-finals. The winner of this best of 3 series will get a ticket directly to the upper bracket finals, one step away from qualifying to the final stage of the playoffs and guaranteeing a top 2 position. So that's going to be a very coveted place for them right now. If we look at both sides, I don't think there's anything too strange when it comes down to the emblem setup, though I am kind of curious about the lethal ignition on Lunox.
Interesting. And we're seeing right now as they are trying to actually have a good rotation-wise, trying to make sure that it doesn't actually go further beyond their own area. This is where the crucial points of how Cambodia needs to control the movement of Indonesia.
So far, so good. In terms of early game pressure, I think both teams have the option of going for it, depending on how they want to play around. I don't think we're going to see major trades in the mid lane now that there's no Kimmy in the game. So we shouldn't see anything notable happen until the first turtle.
Yeah, and the fact that they're just waiting off, at least by the time that move in for the level 4, that's when we see that at least a little bit of scrimmage, a little bit of pokiness coming in from both sides of the team. So far, we are seeing Shell just a little bit closer to Bao Bei there.
Phantom Execution, nice flicker from Bao Bei. Gets away from Vival just in time.
Just in time before she taken out, and that's the ultimate decision-making that is being needed from the side of Bao Bei, and they know for a fact they can actually punish just a little bit more.
And they're gonna use this space to instantly transition to the turtle. Cambodia in control, Takami secures it, and a nice taunt from Uwe to keep Vival away as well. Brilliance comes out, does some poke damage. Earthen Rampart blocks them aside. Revitalize comes out as well. There's gonna be the Infernal Pursuit. Vival backs out, very low on HP. Cambodia coming out on top so far. They get the knock up into the rough ways. Damage is not quite there yet, but they'll finally finish off Mochi with the Phantom Execution. First blood over to Vival. Indonesia looking for a little bit more. No more Revitalize. They trade over to Elan in the mid lane. Nice stun from the Suyo, finishing off Vivian, actually flickers away. Cambodia dropping low. Indonesia still going for an AOG. A bit too late. Away goes down, and Elan is traded as well.
so much of the overextension that was done by Team Cambodia to a point that Indonesia was just able to back things out. And the fact that we are seeing that Tegami was just able to get the turtle, the retraction that was done by Indonesia to take it off was just fruitful. Not really much of the bargain can be done as the turtle has already been taken away, but still, they were able to back things out.
Yeah, I'm really impressed at how well Indonesia was juggling their players there. Oh, tech charge into two! It's an rough by Ceylon! It explodes! And Uwe soon follows the Kadita combo from Indonesia.
Great composition coming off for the team of Indonesia. They keep on pressuring Cambodia to a point that right now, they keep on getting off guard.
Cannot count out Kadita in the hands of Cine here. This is literally one of their national heroes right now. And they were willing to ban out so many mid laners to set up for this position. The moment Vivian spotted the setup, just went straight in for the tectonic charge.
The fact that we are seeing that Cambodia slowly but surely getting slower and slower in their pace. They were supposed to slow down the movement of Indonesia. Ended up Indonesia have the upper hands. Now moving along, it's going to be the second turtle to be contested off. And so far, Indonesia has already had their own setup right here.
Yeah, it's a very different situation from before, where Indonesia are now clearly the ones in control of the turtle pit. Shell still playing it safe, sees Uwe. Tegami goes down to Cine! There's no jungler on Cambodia. They're still trying to engage, and Pearl Pursuit comes out. Vival gets the turtle, tech charge only lands on two, but steps up for the Phantom Execution. Brilliance now being used, revitalize as well. Cine comes in from the side, doesn't have the ultimate, but will still do some good poke damage as Vival sets up the kill on Elan and forces Cambodia back.
Great tectonic charge, great Summer Force coming through to just hold off Team Cambodia. Neither of them were able to actually back off as safely as possible, leaving only one player to be taken out by Indonesia. Now, the mid-turret looking for a way for them to just break even more.
This Kadita is a signature pick for Cine. It's only pulled out by Indonesia when they feel like they need it, and this is a game where they are showing proper respect. Tegami being found randomly on the map and bursted instantly, guaranteed the turtle for Indonesia. And Cambodia probably shouldn't have tried contesting.
Not a good situation once you lost your own assassin jungler right now. And the fact that that is one of the things that Cambodia needs to take note. Rotation-wise, it really looks like Indonesia have them in their palm. And moving along as they try to actually defend it off, Team Cambodia need to actually figure out where they're gonna have to open up a way for Indonesia to break those back line. But coming in with the spread.
Oh, the grab, they caught Moshi on the rotation. Going in with the Infernal Pursuit, tech charge can be used. Lands on two, AOG committed as well, trying to save their Phobias. And Moshi is still alive. The Vivian has to flicker out, barely escapes being sniped by the Suyo. Indonesia not able to find their pickoff.
Oh, such a sad situation. Just one more shot with that arrow. Didn't manage to land it to Fumieko and ended up now Cambodia having so much of the resources to be given out to Indonesia. They didn't even have anything up their name.
Now Cambodia transitioning to the top tower, trying to give a bit more space to Bao Bei. They get the knock-up onto Uwe, but that is a good spot. Revitalize comes out as well, so there'll be no damage done here. So Indonesia is able to keep their tier 1 alive.
They are pushing in, trying to make sure that be able to give a little bit of leeway to Bao Bei so that they can actually push that turret. But again, just a lot of discipline coming up from Indonesia team, making sure that they be able to cover every ground, whether for the minion push in the mid lane as well as the top turret. But going into the box side, they are trying to invade the situation. Coming along, we do see that Team Cambodia doesn't want to go to the contest, and Team Indonesia just backs off away. But Turtle will be in the hands of Indonesia.
Yeah, really good positioning once again from Team Indonesia. They're testing the waters, poking and prodding to see if they can contest the purple buff. But even if they don't get it, they're already setting up for the turtle instead. Moshi trying to engage here, but Indonesia is not giving them any space.
Yeah, and it seems that Mochi trying to find a target that maybe she can actually pull away, drag it, so that they can actually continue out with the follow-up. But here on out, Mochi overlooking to Cine as well as Shell. Backs away very quickly, but here on out, zags into Cine's side, but will be taken out and will be able to cover up with Fumieko on the side.
Now, a tech charge gonna be used, though. Elan gonna be the target once again at this Grok, but the Earthen Rampart actually blocks Vivian herself out of position, and Tegami not gonna let that go. A kill goes to Cambodia.
A little bit of overextension from the side of Vivian, but then again, it's not gonna be that much of the trade itself because it's just a little bit of small wins for the side of Cambodia itself. But then again, right here, Team Indonesia, they still have a great solid cover on the ground side of the turret from the middle as well as from the top, and the bottom has already been cleared out.
So far, Indonesia still playing classic Indonesia, playing the traditional game and very disciplined in their approach. Cambodia has been doing a good job of responding, but they've already been put quite behind thanks to those initial aggressive rotations. Right now, they're going to need to focus hard on making sure Bao Bei keeps scaling.
Let's see if they can be able to actually control out, setting up, coming up right here at the bottom lane with Hue right in front. But now, coming in, Moshi will be able to drag just a little bit there.
Like a tech charge on the Bao Bei, the Granger goes down, exploded, and the Rough Waves finds a way as well. Moshi trying to buy time, Infernal Pursuit gonna finish off Vivian, but the backline has been dived, and Vival finds A-Line. It's a mega kill for the Lancelot. Phoebe is still trying to buy as much time as possible with Infernal Pursuit, but the grab, gonna pull the Phobias back. Tegami, the only survivor left on the side of Cambodia and Indonesia, not even gonna allow him to defend his tower.
The two players been traded off, but still, at what cost with 4 players already been shut down? Only Tegami to be surviving, and this is gonna be opening a lot of the turrets to be shut down even more by the Indonesia team. Great setup coming in with the AOG as well to just survive it out, but it's still not enough for them to sustain that damage that was done by Indonesia.
You can see Indonesia really starting to ramp up now. Vival is 4-0 on this Lancelot. It's largely gone unpunished because of the lack of direct CC on Cambodia. And they're gonna go in for the Rough Waves once again. Cambodia just can't get anywhere close. It's a free lord for Vival.
Free lord, and again, so much of the potential that was done, this initiation that was already been put out by Indonesia. Sini comes along with the burst, as well as the fact that the Tectonic Charge was able to actually grab and stun most of the players from Cambodia. That's when they actually have a little bit of faltery coming through. But here on out, they're fighting off.
They're stoning them out again, not really trying to commit. Grab is possible, but Fumieko doesn't need to commit to it. The wall comes out. That's a dangerous angle for the tech charge, but it was possible. Vivian just decided not to do it because they already got the tier 2.
They're already done a lot of zoning out just to make sure that the Cambodia just backs off and they get turrets one after another. And coming in right now, they push in with the Tectonic Charge. Doesn't get anyone, but Mighty Swings!
Yeah, Vivian missed that completely, and now she's gonna get punished for it. Vivian goes down. Elan, though, gonna be blasted by Shell as the Diamond Force comes out. The rest of Cambodia being completely scattered. Bao Bei cannot get anywhere close to back up the rest of the team. Tegami gonna fall. It's an unstoppable streak for Vival on the Lancelot. Moshi gonna be grabbed once again by the glue, trying to survive as long as possible and actually doing a very good job of it, but will finally fall. Killing spree to Shell.
Just grabbing into Moshi no matter how much he's trying to survive. That's a really good recognition coming in from the side of Team Cambodia, but then again, so much of the damage that was done by Indonesia, in the end Cambodia just lost the one and only front line.
But it's still not the worst here. Cambodia have been able to hold on. They still have their DPSs alive, and they've actually managed to clear up most of the minion waves. So they will have all of their inhibitors still standing, but Indonesia, their farm is going up real fast.
The fact that right now they're trying to hold on that mid lane holy defense. They're already losing a lot of their lifelines right here as the Team Cambodia putting up early defense right here. Started out with a spike.
The charge misses this time. Good disengage from Cambodia. Nice knockup as well. City gets locked down under the tower. Mochi goes in between Infernal Pursuit. AOG cuts off his retreat as well. But Fumieko is holding up the backline, not allowing them to chase.
A great job coming off from Cambodia, at least able to actually steal away Cine in the midst of it all. But then again, by the time they were actually trying to zone out the top, the bottom lane will be still away by Vival at the motion. And this is where the fine line, the division that was done by Indonesia to divide the attention of Cambodia, they can actually just spread things around.
It is still possible to punish them. Got a really nice dark wave from Moshi there. 3 people hit under the tower with Cine being the one punished because she was the furthest forward. We're 12 minutes in. Goal lead is 7k in favor of Indonesia. And the scaling is still not too bad for Cambodia, actually.
Scaling-wise, I feel like Cambodia still have a really good setup to defend-wise and to actually respond to every single initiation that was done by Indonesia. But somehow, Indonesia, the discipline that they've already portrayed here, shows how much they know when to back off, when to actually retreat, to not overcommit itself. And here on out, trying to actually grab a little bit to the side of Moshi, trying to actually zone it out so that people will have the time to actually get the Lord.
The zoning is great. This is going to be free Lord again. Cambodia a bit too late to come, and now Moshi is out of position. Uwe going to try and back it off as well. Cambodia a bit scattered right now, and Indonesia trying to punish it. AOG used defensively, revitalize as well. Should get Baobei out of danger range, but Moshi not going to be quite as lucky. Grab on the Phobias once again. Locked down. Elan has to use the Brilliance, and Indonesia might continue chasing. Forces out the Flicker from the Lunox as well.
No, this is not a good situation as the Lord marshalling, and even the fact that right now they're already putting out a target right here for the mid lane as the pushing, the minion wave comes through. They know for a fact this is a way for them to just punish even more the situation of Cambodia.
Moshi is still dead for another 7 seconds. Wall comes out, forces the Flicker from Baobei, but is able to dodge away from Fumi Echo. Lord finally pushes in. Vival secures the tower up top. Zinni does take some poke damage. Uwe trying to hold and drag the Lord away. Zinni jumps in, misses the rough waves, but they get the tech charge, and Baobei goes down. It's a mega kill. It's a double kill for Chell. Summon Force on the Harif going insane right now as the grab locks down Moshi once again. It's a triple for Chell, and that advanced the end of game number 1 in favor of Team Indonesia.
In 13 minutes, 44 seconds, Indonesia just closed off the first round with Team Cambodia. And we've talked about how this is actually a redemption arc for the team of Cambodia. They've already met Indonesia last year, 2024, and it seems like Indonesia still have a really good foot against them every single time. But again, the rotation-wise that we saw from the Cambodia team, right? It seems like no matter what they do, they keep on falling into the hands of Indonesia.
And the initiative from Team Indonesia, the shot calling is still very clean. You can tell that every time they move on the map, it is with a purpose. And because of the speed of those communications being made, as well as the execution of it being very particularly clean, even though Cambodia's gameplay was honestly okay and they were trying to do their best to hold on to the game state, it was too difficult to do so.
Yeah, and the fact that Team Cambodia, I think pretty much we saw how there's a little bit of overextension coming from Team Indonesia where Vivian was caught off guard. Definitely, I think Vivian was trying to actually at least have a good hold with the tectonic charge. Misses out a little bit, but then again, it doesn't really matter because Indonesia was able to fall back very safely without any casualty. And that's where the fine line where Indonesia, they pretty much prioritize on if we can't get them, at least we survive.
And I think you could tell there was a strategy going into it as well because they were specifically focused on mid lane priority, right? Oftentimes you'll want to gank one of your side lanes, especially your EXP lane, to get some extra help when it comes down to those first turtle fights. But they knew that Fumi Echo already had a naturally winning lane as the glue versus the Phobias. They didn't need to provide her with any assistance there. Rather, it's Zinni who might have a bit of difficulty trading against the Lunox. So by already focusing hard on Elan and getting mid lane control, it allows Indonesia to control the flow of the river more easily.
And the fact that Tegami was always been caught off guard, always been catch up very quickly in the early of the games, it shows how much that even the jungler was not able to move freely in their own territory. And this is where the fine line that if you're able to caught the enemy opponent's jungler that was supposed to actually move around getting their own buff, this is where Team Cambodia is losing some of their advantage for themselves.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't really blame Cambodia too much for this, but they're going to need to figure something a little bit more efficiently out here because Team Indonesia still appears to be on another level entirely. We have Vival once again as the Gold Hunter. Nearly 900 GPM on this land slot is a ridiculous number. And Zinni as well. Highlight plays on that Kajita, finding clean pickoffs wherever she goes.
Yeah, the burst damage was just something out of the world, and we know for a fact that that is something that really needs to be taken note by Team Cambodia. And here Moshi as the tanker, 115,705 total damage taken. She was trying to survive. She was always at the front line, making sure that she can zone out properly, but every time she get caught out by the one and only glue and the fact that she was grabbed, she survived it out. But what can you do as you don't have much of your team is to back things up and you're all alone? You will be able to be just shut down by Team Indonesia.
And that is the unfortunate case of Phobias nowadays. It's a bit difficult to play as well as before because there are a lot of lane counters.
Yeah.
And as a result, we get Fumi Echo as our match MVP of game number 1 here. That glue was a nuisance because Moshi was honestly doing a good job a lot of the game. Surviving, initiating, having to be like the Swiss Army knife for Team Cambodia, but Fumieko just jumps on top of her and instantly disables one of the key targets on the enemy team.
Agree. I'm 100% with the page there, because the fact is, Moshi, I think a lot of the times that they were always depending on Moshi to just survive it out, but at the same time, there was not much of the follow-up that was needed by Team Cambodia at the team fight. That was why most of the Moshi's effort to actually survive it kind of falls down into an empty or waste of resources of themselves. But the tectonic charge coming from Vivian was just really good, even from the start of minute.
Positionings were great. You can tell that Team Indonesia works very well together. Even in the moments where Vivian overextended and got punished for it, you can see that the rest of them are already ready to make the difference. And not having the scaling of the Lunox in play already disabled lots of Team Cambodia's damage output. This game also kind of shows why Suyo still isn't very efficient overall as a pick under the current meta, because his damage is very reliant on those CDs, and if he gets caught out of position, it's actually a lot easier to catch him than you would think.
Yeah, I think even the last hit was just not enough to put a stop to Fumieko, and that was what we talked about, how she was only with a lifeline with just already one HP, and there's a possibility that if you get that one hit, could have actually at least goes to the side of Cambodia. But again, if you don't have the enough damage to shut down Fumieko, it's just going to be a waste for the team of Cambodia. But that's just going to be the first round for both of these teams, Indonesia versus Cambodia. Now, if Team Indonesia, who has been doing such a clean record, not just from last year, but coming into this year as well, it's like the same case that we talked about, face off with your old enemy. Will it be the same case for the team of Cambodia? Are they going to be dropped down again to the lower bracket, and we might actually see them again for them to actually fight that long journey to the grand final?
Well, this is unfortunately a very snowball-focused meta, which means that teams that naturally do well in the early laning phase and in the initial turtle fights and river rotations will have a slight advantage, especially if they also have the hero pool that's capable of supporting double fighter gold lane. And right now, I think that Indonesia leans a little bit more into that, but we definitely cannot count out Team Cambodia. They had good foundations in that first game. I think if they had priority banned heroes like the Glue instead, they already got rid of the Esmeralda.
Yeah.
It might have been a little bit easier.
And the fact that we saw how it was like when it comes to the draft wise, do you think that they could have actually done a little bit better on their choosing side, because they actually ended up just picked out Granger on the last pick? And you talked about how it would have been better for Cloud to be picked up, because Cloud on the otherwise, he had a lot of escape mechanism wise. When you actually go for the Blazing Duet, right, there's no problem for you to just burst down with the damage, but at the same time reposition yourself. Do you agree on that?
I think so. I still feel like Claude would have been a slightly better choice, and I can understand why maybe they would go for Granger instead, because Granger relies on less items to come online, but Claude has a better lane matchup into Harif, and is also capable of escaping from heroes like Lance and Kadita. That's why I thought that he would have been the prime decision there. Not to mention that by the end of that draft, Cambodia should have been aware that they didn't really have lane prio in EXP because it was a Phoveus versus Blue. So they needed to make sure they had lane prio in mid and ideally gold to not have their early game fall too far behind. And they kind of gave that up as well.
And the fact that we keep on saying that the first two heroes that was picked up, Gatot Kaca was prioritized. There's not a much problem with that, because we know for a fact that Gatot Kaca had a really good initiation, but it's a little bit late when we talked about how the AOG comes through by the time that the setup was already done by Indonesia team.
Well, hopefully they can learn from that, right? These are things that we can identify, so I imagine that the players, that the coaches will be able to identify as well going forward into the next game. I am still very curious about that heavy priority towards the mid lane bans. Did Indonesia actually specifically set up the Kadita versus Lunox matchup? It's not usually something you'd consider to be beneficial.
Interesting thought on that. Yeah, I think pretty much that the moment that you actually close off a lot of the hero pools for the mid lane, took out Kimi, took out Yves, and I think pretty much they even spotted out the fight that Cambodia was against with Mongolia, if I'm not mistaken, whereby they were using Yves to actually won against Mongolia for their group stage yesterday on the first day of the group stage WEC 2025. So maybe this is something that the team of Indonesia has a stats against Cambodia that they know that they can play against with.
I think you gotta just stick to the typical meta. I like the experimentation with Suyo, and it did work for them during the group stage. But Indonesia is another beast altogether, and they know how to really punish those flaws. If you want to play a hero like Suyo, you gotta make sure that your mid lane and ideally your EX lane are very solid and don't get put behind by their direct lane opponent.
And the question is, I kind of wonder like why did it actually try to actually ban off Valentina for the last ban off, right? Because we were asking like, who are they trying to actually...
That's true.
Right? They were trying to actually make sure that somebody doesn't steal their ultimate. Who was the prioritized that they were wondering like they focus on to make sure that it doesn't be stolen out?
I can only really think that it would be Ikatot, but AOG alone I don't think is worth spending a ban on Valentina. If they had banned the glue instead of Valentina, again, the game would have probably been a lot smoother for them. But hopefully these are things that they have learned going forward. I think it's best to stick with the classic assassins that we already know work quite well. The Lancelot in the hands of Vival was scary.
Oh, yeah.
Probably try and contest with Hayabusa. I'm still surprised we haven't seen a lot of Nolan actually. I do think that he is a sleeper pick.
Is it because of the patch note itself right now?
Yeah, he got a very small buff.
A small buff that kind of actually affect for the strategy-wise,
In my opinion, yeah.
Ah, I see. But when you see when it comes to Indonesia, right? 2 of the games when they fought off with Uzbekistan, they kind of prioritize on the Lancelot much more. So this is where the fine line is. Cambodia, do you want to do a little bit of respect ban to that Lancelot? Even though, yeah, Hayabusa can still be flexed because we've already saw Vival on Hayabusa as well. But the question is, Lancelot needs to be stopped for a while though.
I think so. They tried drafting Phoveus to counter the Lance and the Harif.
Yeah.
They opened themselves up to lane counters. And nowadays, Phoveus actually falls behind in terms of performance compared to like Lapu Lapu, Alice, Zong, and so on. So unless you're really certain that you already know your lane matchup, it's not really worth first picking.
Yeah, that's true though. So coming off right now, we are still waiting for the second round to get started. We're hoping that the players will be able to reset themselves. Hopefully they will learn from the mistake they've done because again, Team Cambodia, yes, they have another lifeline coming up next whereby they are already at the playoff. The question is, I know for a fact some of the teams do not want to be dropped down to the lower bracket, right? So those are the things that needs to be avoided. But if in the end they had to be dropped down, hopefully they will learn at least for this second round because coming up here, we're going to go back to Expanding River.
Really? Expanding River again?
Yeah.
Every single game that Indonesia has played on this stage.
Yeah.
Expanding River. And looks like that's just continuing forward. Perhaps there's just some external force at play right now. But that's gonna feel very good for Team Indonesia. Looks like they are staying on first pick as well. Bans still look to be the same as game number 1.
Shin, Yif taken out. On the side of Cambodia, also the same. They will repeat what is done for the first round. Baxia as well as Alot. The question is, Indonesia, are they going to actually close off even more mid laner as they saw just now? It seems like, no, it's going to be Hilda to be taken out first.
Getting rid of the Hilda this time. So previously, Indonesia banned the Kimi third in game 1. So there's a chance they might want to go for the Kimi themselves, but the Grok first pick felt perfectly fine. So maybe they're thinking about something else. This is a hero that would give a lot of trouble to Lancelot and Hayabusa, so we can be for certain that Indonesia still wants to play Assassin.
Yeah, and the fact that we talked about how Lancelot can be a little bit of respect band right here, kind of just a little bit of smaller size the pool of the signature heroes coming out from Vival itself, because once you actually leave it out open, it kind of gives an opportunity for Indonesia. But no, they ended up actually banning off Yishan Shin.
Oh, that's interesting. Now I can kind of see why they would do this, because Yisan Shin is also a hero that gets messed up quite hard by a Hilda. So maybe they're thinking Indonesia wants to go for that instead, but I can't help but feel it might be a bit of a bait. Grok gets locked in, but this time Cambodia will steal the Lancelot away.
Right, noted. And the fact that Cambodia having the opportunity to steal away Lancelot in their hands, they've already have a player that can actually move into the backline. On Indonesia, having Grok, we know for a fact that Vivian has a really good initiation, had a really good setup, comes along. The question is, are they going to actually stick with the strategy before this, or are they going to actually change it up here?
That is the question, isn't it? Now, Kimmy is open.
Yeah.
Hayabusa is also open. I feel like these are actually very solid picks for Indonesia going forward. Unless they want to grab a hero right now that could help deal with the Lancelot. Looks like they'll go for the Lunox instead, but the Hayabusa is definitely going to be the counter pick.
I mean, they don't want to actually go against with the banning phase coming up for second. So there's a possibility Cambodia was already reading up that if you ban off or you steal off Lancelot, Hayabusa is still open. So Indonesia doesn't want to take that risk, take it off for themselves for that jungler. And now coming along for Cambodia, what more can you actually focus on? You want to actually go for the goal lane first of all, or you want to actually get more for your side lanes?
Mid lane is already going to be a bit difficult here, actually, for Cambodia. The only thing really left is Barca, so I think they do have to just lock it in. But we already know that this is a hero that gets countered by Hayabusa.
Yeah.
And now even more so, the Grok as well. There's so many easy ways to cancel the Feathered Airstrike that I don't really think it's a good pick anymore.
This is actually kind of risky from the side of Cambodia, though. I mean, knowing for a fact that there's a lot of heroes in the hands of Indonesia that can counter against Farsa, I feel like they are in a desperate mode right now, so they pick whatever heroes that are suited for the situation. And Esmeralda, yet again, will be banned off by Cambodia.
Banning out Esme again. Now, I don't think they're gonna go for a Phoveus once more. Perhaps they are actually trying to set up for a Uranus. In the previous game, when Esme was banned, Indonesia instantly banned out the Uranus themselves. So they may already have some forethought about what Cambodia is trying to achieve. Otherwise, I don't really see a reason why you would ban Esme specifically unless you're trying to set up for like Arif. TC gonna finally get banned out for the first time this series.
It got way last time, but at the same time, it didn't actually made it into the pool of draft.
Yeah.
So not really the prioritized coming out from Indonesia as well as Cambodia. But now it seems that Indonesia has something up their sleeve. They don't want anything up against their EXP. So let's see. Are they going to actually pick up Lapu for themselves instead?
Lapu is safe enough. It is one of the EXP lane pickups that you can use into basically anything. But you also have to be a little worried about hero picks like Yuzong right now, since Barca is basically vulnerable to everything. And yeah, they do ban the Yuzong.
They ban off the Yuzong. More of the opportunity for the team of Indonesia to get into the backline, and those are the things that Cambodia are just overlooking, making sure that at least Elan will be safe, secure right at the backline. Now Indonesia got one more slot to be banned off. What do you think, Stafa?
If they really want to focus in on the EXP lane, they can just get rid of Lapu right now as well. Yeah. But it might be good to spend a ban on the gold lane just to get rid of a potential Harif, because Indonesia doesn't have very hard lockdown right now, and if they need to commit a hero to both Harif and Lancelot, it might be a bit difficult.
This land is our homeland, and it will
Yep,
soon be
Lapu will be taken off for the ban off, because again, they kind of actually prioritize on the side lane for the EXP. So Team Cambodia picking up Granger yet again. Now again, this is pretty much them just playing off with their comfortable zone.
They're trying to stick to comfort, but I don't really know if I like it. Now Indonesia can go into Harif alongside what would be a good EXP lane. They could honestly even take Uranus themselves. They can go glue a second time. But I think it is probably Harif gold. Unless they go Ruby, Haya and Lunox have a good amount of damage. So they could still go double fighter if they wanted to.
I mean, they done it before when they fought off with Uzbekistan. They might be able to actually pull it off again here for the fight. But looking from the side, they are picking Alice as well as Harith for their last two picks. And now, moving along with Cambodia, they need one more sustained zero that can actually control the situation with Indonesia team.
Yeah, Alice is a really good pickup here because the remaining EXP lanes that you might go for, Phoveus, Glue, Uranus, all lose lane to Alice. Is just really good drafting coming in here from Indonesia. They already have gold lane prio with the Harif versus Granger. They have almost guaranteed EXP lane prio. There is basically no risk of invades early on, and if they help out the mid lane again, it will be very difficult for Cambodia to play.
Really strong draft coming from Indonesia team. Able to actually control not just from the front line to the back line, every single corner and angle that is already been covered up by Indonesia. Now Cambodia on the other note booked out that Tamus for the last pick.
I think it's just what you have to do at this point. Like I mentioned, most of the meta EXP laners get countered by Alice, so you have to go into something that is capable of dueling her in lane, not straight up losing. But in doing this, Cambodia are giving up another source of CC, which means they have 0 lockdown against Lancelot and Harif.
They might have a 0 lockdown. They don't have much of the ground control that they need. But somehow, I kind of feel like with Vivian on the Grok again, they will be able to actually just have a really good moment to actually initiate with the tectonic charge, because we saw it already. It was really successful from the side of Vivian. So that's what we want to actually see again here, fighting off with Cambodia. But the question is for Team Cambodia, they have a way to slip away from every single grabs of Team Indonesia. But if they can slip off, they need to also survive the aftermath of it. The question is, can they do it?
I don't know if it's possible. Lane priority is a little bit lacking here, and we'll see whether this Tamus is actually capable of holding their own. Either way, this is going to be game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Team Indonesia, one step away from qualifying to the upper bracket finals. Will last year's runner-up, Team Cambodia, finally be able to put a nail in the coffin and come out on top? Let's jump into the... Oh, that was a stolen orange buff!
Very early on, Team Cambodia, unfortunately, just comes in for the infiltration. But is it going to be enough though? So far, we are seeing that Team Cambodia making sure that they have a faster rotation to fight off with Team Indonesia. But Indonesia somehow making sure that they don't have much worry. Like you talked about how laning phase-wise, they can handle by themselves. They don't need to worry much. Solo individual fights can be done on their own. The question is, Cambodia, they're pressuring much and much time again.
Roy being able to steal that first buff is actually huge right here, forcing out a red V now onto the purple just to make sure it isn't stolen again. But it means that Vival is going to be half a level behind Tegami for the first turtle.
First turtle indeed, and making sure that at least Tegami will have much more movement, much mobility as well as power against them. That is what Cambodia wants to be assuring now. And at the same time, looking from all the stuns that have been pulled out by Team Cambodia, they're trying to hold off Indonesia's, making sure that they don't have much of rotation.
See now, Cambodia doing a good job of holding the river. Tegami in some trouble, but the damage from Indonesia is not quite there yet. Vival is not level 4, so there's no risk of the Ogi shadow kill. Indonesia knows that there is a EXP gap as well. It's going to be hard to contest this turtle, but not impossible. Revitalize used to keep Tegami topped up. Feathered airstrike to force the mid lane push. Turtle drop low. Tegami secures it. Throne of Ruin a little bit too late. Moshi now in the pit. Pops up that ultimate and forces Indonesia back.
No casualty whatsoever. Just trying to actually contest for that turtle dance, but yet again, it's going to be a win. A little bit of win for Cambodia so far. Even with now, they're able to actually have more leeway, more leverage for their own economy, showing off that Cambodia is trying to turn things around.
Cambodia has already started off pretty good. First turtle in their pocket, 1k lead. Moshi doing a good job of keeping Fumi Echo in lane with this Tamus pickup. As long as Cambodia can maintain the advantage, they should be able to handle not having direct lockdown.
The fact that right now, as much as Moshi trying to actually push in, Fumieko will be able to stand on her own. But mid lane, prioritize it heavily. We do see a lot of the rotation comes in from Bao Bei as well as Wei, making sure that at least Vivian as well as Vival does not come into their rotation or even into their territory. And this is what Cambodia is trying to do. They control every movement of Indonesia.
You can see they're looking a lot more comfortable now, rotating across the river. They can do it very confidently, very aggressively. And compared to before, Indonesia doesn't have as much freedom of trying to focus down one lane. Elan actually getting to play the game this time around.
And the fact that right now, Team Cambodia, they have 30 seconds on the clock before the second turtle comes in. And Team Indonesia just trying to find a way, just push a little by little the minions, as well as looking for a way of how Cambodia is trying to move around this map.
And Indonesia is going to need to play defense now. Their early game isn't particularly strong in the first place. It's just mainly lane priority. And because Vival was put behind, it's going to be hard for them to go for direct 5v5 contestation now that Elan is actually having a score on the board as well. They'll probably want to give up mostly on turtle contests and wait until the mid-game when they have some items.
Yeah, looking for a way to just let off the objectives on the side of Cambodia and finding a way so that they can actually level it things with the team of Cambodia. But now, starting off right now with the Moshi trying to push into Vivian as well. But Fumieko comes through!
Rona Ruin into the tectonic charge. Tagami in trouble, actually goes down. Meanwhile, steals the turtle away. Fumieko picks up first blood on the landslide, but now Fumieko in a little bit of trouble. Going to be able to Crimson Gleam out of there. Indonesia turns it around.
Turns it around indeed. Great initiation coming out from Fumieko with that Throne of Ruins to a point that they were able to actually guard out, control the movement of Cambodia and get the turtle for the step. But Bobby!
Deflector forward, darkening blasts right into the face of the Granger, goes down, and now they're aiming for Uwe as well, surrounded by 3 members of Team Indonesia. Have to use the AOG just to escape.
Just to escape using the ulti. A lot of resources just to survive it out. Cambodia started out really good to control the movement of Indonesia. Now they're losing much of their weight.
Sometimes you just need that one play to be the pace breaker.
Yeah.
To just control the tempo and reverse it in your favor. And Indonesia found the angle. Cambodia now going to be scrambling a little bit. They're going to try and swap lanes here to give Baobei an easier time.
And look at how we are seeing that Team Cambodia still moving around together, trying to actually control the movement of Indonesia, yet they're faltering down now. Fumieko trying to find a way to actually break into the turret, but Balde is gonna not allow it. But here on out, Uterepen puts out and Moshi backs away.
And Moshi's not really going to be able to hold this lane, so they're basically sacrificing the Tamus's farm in order to give the Granger a bit more space, which is understandable, but also not ideal considering that Cambodia were initially in control of the map.
And the fact that they're trying to gang up against Fumieko, yet they are not able to do so now. Indonesia smells it and hears the whole commotion, and they're gonna actually try to back things up. Wave with the Mighty Swing doesn't cut off, but at the same time, Baobei just spamming every single skill to push away the team of Indonesia.
Cambodia trying to engage, Federation comes out, and meanwhile, Vival has been hiding in the bush the whole time. Oki Shadow Kill forces a fly away, but Elan still has the Quad Shadow inside. So Vival picks it up, gets the 3-man tectonic charge! Tagami is blasted away. Summer Force comes out in the backline. His Shell is diving in. Will lose her own life, but does trade for Baobei, and Vival is still alive. Looking for Uwe now with Fumieko. Secures the kill on the Gatar Kacha. They'll find the bot tier 1.
A little bit messy, but yet it is fruitful for the team of Indonesia. Shell just overextended right at the backline, but still, at least they got 4 kills for themselves and making sure that at least this third turtle will be in the hands of Team Indonesia.
So quickly, the game has reversed entirely. I do respect the attempt by Cambodia. For a moment, it did seem like they might be able to initiate, but they just didn't have enough information on the map, completely forgetting that Vival could be hiding anywhere before popping that feathered airstrike. And when it comes down to these big team fights, Indonesia has the clear advantage.
Cambodia, they need to step up just a little bit right now as they know things are getting even more heated up for the team of Indonesia. They're able to actually control the motion. Started out really good with the stealing of the buff, but then now Tagami is caught off guard immediately, making that Team Cambodia can have a little bit of rupture in their own defending.
This is where you can see being forced into Tamus is starting to hurt Cambodia. Again, the lack of direct crowd control, especially reliable lockdown, means that Shell and Vival can just do whatever they want.
And the fact that Moshi couldn't even bear to survive that long with so much damage being put out by Shell itself shows how much of Tamos is barely scrapping to survive for that front line. And that's what they need for Team Cambodia right now. So much of those front line that was supposed to be the defend champions ended up in the favor of Indonesia, just breaking down one wall after another.
We could tell that with the composure they're showing, Team Indonesia was already prepared for this likelihood even before the game started. They were aware that their early game might not go as smoothly, but once the mid-game rolls around, team fights become so easy for them.
See, right now coming through from the back line.
Vival with the Oki Shadow kill, diving onto Tagami. Phantom Execution gets her out, but the Revitalize has been forced as well. Many cooldowns spent on Cambodia.
A lot of cooldowns been spent off, and the fact that at least Vival was able to actually go in for the backline, and it kind of opens a way for them to just shut down another turret in the hands of Team Indonesia.
And right now, we can see that the aggression is really starting to ramp up. The gold lead is about 3k in favor of Team Indonesia, which is not the worst at this point. Conceal comes in from behind. They go in for the taunt. They're trying to burst down Fumieko. The flicker comes out, but the Alice is not able to escape. Cambodia finally finds one in return.
Great opening coming up for Team Cambodia. A little bit of overextension, and that's the fact that Team Cambodia was able to utilize it. And now Team Cambodia trying to find a foot in the ground so that they can make sure to back things up. But this is going to be the first lot. They come through to actually go for the puncher, but doesn't beat anyone yet.
The Vival also stole the purple buff away from Tagami earlier, so the Lancelot doesn't have it available. Despite that, Cambodia is still attempting to push this Lord down. They saw Vival on the bottom half of the map. They're trying to blitz it, but they know they don't have enough damage for this. Moshi already poked down the half HP Feather Dare Strike, used as well. The taunt comes in, but the Grok flickers into the back tech charge. Uwe has the flicker back to safety, but Elan's not as lucky. Vival already executed the far side in the backline. Uwe gonna go down as well. It's a killing spree for Cine. Cine will eventually get shut down because of going too deep. They got me still trying to position to steal the Lord, but it's killing spree for Vival and a double for the Hayabusa. They pick up the Lord. They find everything. Baofe is the only one left standing, trying to escape. Just barely makes it back into the base.
Barely escaping from the hands of Indonesia, but that's just not the double kill comes in for Vival. But with the Lord being taken out for them now, the game even started even more tougher for Team Cambodia. No matter how much they try to contest it out, this is where the fine line of they need to have the ground to defend the whole lead.
Yeah, this is where the snowball really starts going out of control already. We pointed out the issues in the draft, and I think Cambodia is now officially feeling it. It is only the first Lord of the game, and they do still have holy defenses standing, but Indonesia is splitting up their forces well. We can see that the top inhibitor is already being taken out by Vival, and the bottom one is taking some poke damage from the Lord as well.
The Lord will be taken out immediately. Great defense comes in, but then again, two holy defense already been break by Team Indonesia. And not only that, the buff will be stolen as quickly as possible. Safely, Indonesia has a lot of ground covered up. At the same time, it seems that Shell comes in!
Shell dives in with the Salmon Force, nearly takes out Elan. Elan able to fly back into the base thanks to Revitalize. AOG comes in, only gets one knockup. Throne of Ruin also going to be used into the Winter Crown. Fumieko trying to stay alive. Phantom Execution. Dog with the flicker. Feather Dare Strike comes out. Uwe ends up being the first one down as Cine blasts the Gator Kacha in the face. Vival comes in from the mid lane. Cambodia transitions to defending the wave. They will be able to keep their mid tower alive, but the waves are being synced up on the top and bottom, and this was fully intended by Team Indonesia. They'll get 2 inhibitors for free.
So much of the investment was done by Team Cambodia. Even when the fight that comes in with the Feather Airstrike, yet it was not going to be enough to shut down Indonesia's team. They survived it out and they back off very safely to a point that Cambodia was just only able to defend out.
This is calm, calculated, textbook from Team Indonesia right now. The goal lead has grown out of control. Cambodia is too far behind, and their lineup isn't very well suited for defending the base, even with the artillery DPS.
The fact that right now Team Cambodia still trying to find a loophole to fight off with Team Indonesia is not easy. Every time they try to step up, even the AOG just able to caught up one, and in the end it goes backfire with Indonesia comes through to shut them down for good.
It's another case of a team just having too fast execution compared to their peers here. The moment that Cambodia is ready to react, Indonesia is already on the next step of their plans.
And the fact that right now, coming along with the lot, 20 seconds on the clock, might actually be contested out by Team Indonesia, just trying to actually zone out, and their Urchin Rapid just kind of actually pulled out way, but they're going in for the dive. A little bit of execution comes through to Baobei, but it's only just to push Team Cambodia back into their baseline.
Baobei got lucky there that the Ogi Shadow Kill bounced the minion wave. Otherwise, the Granger was almost 100% dead. So Cambodia can thank their lucky stars about that one. They still have all 5 members standing. But I don't think they are capable of contesting this Lord. They still try. Moshi's providing vision. The rest of them are coming through with the conceal, but they're all funneling into a single area, and you know that that's exactly what Vivian is waiting for.
And looking from the side of Tegami, trying to find a way to actually clear out the minion wave. Can I actually go in for the backline to open up the door to fight off? But here, Uwe, as much as possible, just giving up the blood, giving up all the defense from the side of Cambodia is still not enough. But Azurvik comes in with a second hit!
Behind the wall! Catches the backline! Vivian! That is way too much! It's already a double kill for Sydney. Cambodia is getting run over. It is an absolute steamrolling! From the side of Team Indonesia, triple kill for Sydney on the Lunox!
From the team of Indonesia, knowing for a fact that they are the reigning champions and they're meeting up with Cambodia yet again this year, proves how much that they are not to be messed around. However, for Team Cambodia, they got the idea from the start, but however, when it comes to the late game, it will be the team of Indonesia to get it done.
I think this was clearly a case of the draft being completely dictated by the Team Indonesia side. Team Cambodia tried to respond, tried to pick the best heroes that they could in the situation they were given, but it just wasn't good enough. In fact, it felt like they were being led into certain hero picks that Team Indonesia wanted to play against and knew that they could handle quite easily.
But this is not the end for Team Cambodia. They will be dropped to the lower bracket of our playoff. They will have a chance again to redeem, and it could be another case of history whereby they will be having a struggle for the long journey. But then again, we want to see our champions to talk with Rose. So let's go to the stage to have what they feel after the win.
Thank you very much to our casters. And of course, once again, congratulations to Team Indonesia. Another clean sweep in the bag. And Team Indonesia is heading on to the upper bracket finals. Right now, I'm with Vival and of course, their coach. But first, Vival, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good since we haven't lost a match. So we are still in high spirits.
Yeah, very high spirits indeed. I see you guys on stage. You guys look very chill. Now, Vival, you guys will be heading on to the upper bracket finals, and we are still awaiting who you guys will be meeting. But in your opinion, who do you want to meet? Do you want to meet Egypt or Malaysia?
We're fine with anyone actually, but maybe we want to go against Malaysia.
Oh, okay. Why?
Because they're known to be a strong team.
I do agree with that. Now, in the previous WEC last year, Team Cambodia ended up as your runner-up. Does beating them this time around actually give you guys a boost of confidence that, oh, back-to-back is super easy?
I don't think so. We are just neutral.
Just neutral. Just happy and playing in high spirits and I guess taking everything one step at a time, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And of course, for Coach, we know that this Team Indonesia lineup has existed for quite a while, but you guys have been dominating the female scene really, really well. As a coach of this team, what makes you guys so good, so consistent for so long?
Practice, of course.
Practice.
Commitment.
Just commitment. What's the difference with this female team and other female teams out there?
I think the experience and also the skills, and we always come to compete. We never try in a tournament. You know what I mean, right? If we go into the tournament, we never try anything. We just play what you
guys
can.
practice.
Yeah.
You guys don't come to the tournament and try things for fun.
Yeah.
It's all 100% and full respect for the enemy.
Yes, of course.
I really like that. Thank you so much, Coach. Thank you, Vival. Once again, congratulations. I will see you guys at the upper bracket finals. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to give us a full rundown on what happened in this match. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, for the interview, and congratulations again to Team Indonesia for making another step into the playoff. They are now at the upper brackets and waiting for the rest of the teams from Malaysia fighting off with their own sections of the bracket itself. But now talking about Team Cambodia, right? Yes, they lost, but they have another chance for that lower bracket. Who will be starting off with those teams who are able to survive at their play-ins as well? But those are the teams that we're seeing. We're still waiting to see whether or not is it going to be Turkey versus Iran, as well as the team of Argentina versus Uzbekistan. So these are the 4 teams that might actually end up meeting with the team of Cambodia. But we want to actually dissect even more further the post-match of what has happened between Indonesia versus Cambodia.
Now, the draft already was just not very good, unfortunately, for the side of Team Cambodia. And I think they did try their best to pick up the heroes that they felt would be the most effective for them. But Indonesia had already banned out a lot of the mid lane options, basically forced them into the Farsa, and then seemed to be aware that the gold lane pool for Cambodia sticks to the comfort hero of Granger, which is quite easily handled with heroes like Harith. So you're already losing out on a lot of initial lane priority. The game started off strong, with Uwe actually stealing away the buff, but they weren't really able to translate that into anything.
Yeah, and you talked about how Team Indonesia, right? When it comes to their initiation, there's a bit less compared to how we saw from the first draft. But I've talked about how Vivian, when it comes to the tectonic charge, she will be able to actually pull through and have a really good setup for the players of Indonesia. And that's what made it even more fun to see how Fumieko comes in with the Throne of Ruins on the first turtle itself. Even then, we see how Cambodia, no matter how much they try to control the movement of Indonesia, they will be able to counter back.
I like that Indonesia on paper actually has a lot of team fights set up with the Tectonic Charge and the Throne of Ruin, but you never really saw them comboing it too much because they felt like it wasn't necessary. Rather, holding on to those abilities and keeping the threat of it constant meant that it was very difficult for Cambodia to commit resources or to walk forward, and had to play scared a lot of the time, which can cause errors in movement.
And the key players coming in right here is going to be Vival as the goal hunter, Shell as the goat with 52,126, Moshi yet again as the tanker, surviving, started out with Phovius and now even as a Tamus. But even though we talked about how Tamus was the least favorite pick coming off from the team of Cambodia, that she tried her best. She did what she could do, but Fumieko with the best support coming in with 9 total assists.
Just clean gameplay overall from the side of Indonesia. They know the heroes they want to play. They know exactly where they want to play them and how to even force your opponent's draft to be less ideal against them. We are going to once again award match MVP to Fumieko on this Alice. Even if her presence wasn't quite as prevalent as before, having this constant pressure, being able to beat out the lane against the Tamus, and then offering contributions that she did in team fighting allowed her team to slowly eke out the victory.
That's the thing, right? When you have that game changer, the one that actually from behind the scene, you don't see much of it, but because the fact that she was actually the bones, the backbones that was needed from Indonesia to make a lot of difference. And we did saw how much of Vival coming in with the shadow kill as well, even though it doesn't come through a lot. But I think that pretty much it kind of have that initiation from Fumieko itself as well as Vivian, and that's what makes so much of the potential success for the hands of Indonesia team.
If we look at the highlights here once again to witness what happened initially, the game started off strong in favor of Team Cambodia because they actually got the first steal and they were setting up well for Turtle, but then they messed up with their positioning once. And that's all the momentum that Indonesia needed to put themselves back in the game.
Yeah, I think pretty much a lot of the infiltration that comes on from Cambodia can be actually praised off a little bit for their own efforts. They were able to try to make sure at least not much of the invasive effort that was done by Indonesia can be countered by Cambodia, right? Because Cambodia was making sure that no, you're not going to come into our territory. But here's the thing, no matter how much you try to control the movement of Indonesia, they comes in out of the surprise movement or factor to a point that they really backfire it back to Team Cambodia.
Yeah, I think Team Cambodia definitely has the foundations, and we've
Yeah.
already seen that they are capable of playing at a fairly high level. It's just here the draft was not doing them any favors, and compared to Team Indonesia, decision making is a little bit slower, as well as their overall game adaptability. If they're able to work on those particular factors, we can see them being a genuine threat moving forward. But the first thing that I think they gotta work on is ensuring that they have lane priority during the draft.
Lane priority, the right part to actually figure out which hero can actually pull through. And I think this is pretty much, we saw how they were trying to actually control the movement, but then ended up being backfired by Team Indonesia. So this is where, again, Team Indonesia keeping it very clean from the start of our WEC 2025 until the upper bracket. So they're moving forward with such beautiful records in their hands. No one has ever break them yet, but somehow coming off into our lower brackets, we have a question for those who are able to qualify after their play-ins. Can Team Turkey as well as Iran and Argentina as well as Uzbekistan come forward to meet those who already been dropped down from the upper bracket?
In fact, we don't actually know the result yet of what has occurred in the other upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah.
Right? So keep your eyes peeled, everyone. We'll be able to find out very, very soon, because our third match of the day is going to be coming up after this. It is going to be a lower bracket match, which means that the loser will once again be eliminated from WEC contention. So you can really see, even on day 2, the competition is already starting to lock in.
Okay, Mustafa, I just want to hear your thoughts about what is going on with the draws, right? So far, we are saying that Team Indonesia, the reigning champions, are kind of straightforward with what they have right now. The rest of the teams so far, they're playing off a little bit too risk for their own draft. Do you think that from now on, some of the teams need to be a little bit honest with their own picking?
No, I think they were honest. That's the issue. They were too honest with the way that they needed to play this draft, and they got figured out by their opponents.
Yeah, this is something that kind of need to have like a mind games, right?
Yes, like it looks like on paper Team Indonesia is going very like basic, traditional, but there's actually a lot of mind games happening with the way they're picking these heroes.
And this is something that needs to be taken note as well for those who are at the lower bracket. We talked about how this is going to be 4 teams to meet off so that they can have lifelines still continue on into this playoff of WEC 2025. But the teams that are going to be highlighted here is going to be Turkey versus Iran. But not only that, we are going to also see another lower bracket right after Turkey versus Iran, because Lafel and Husky is going to cover that up between the Argentina versus Uzbekistan.
That's going to be very, very interesting. Hopefully you guys keep yourselves tuned. But as per usual, we're going to jump into a short break. So when we come back, make sure you guys are here with your popcorn ready. We'll see you guys in just a couple moments.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. I can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know when my mind went.
Dari bahan berkualitas, melalui tangan ahli dan inovasi untuk
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tip that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's be high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC 25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. Like you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Nanti nama lah. Ha.
Coba kalau ngeliat bola plastik gitu, gak ada malunya.
Go as we see the walk. They know for a fact that they still have that chance, that momentum right here to survive at the WEC 2025. Can they make a difference right here in the lower bracket round? Because if they don't, this could be the end for the team. Give it up to the one and only
up onto the stage, heads held high with pride. Despite having a lesser experience level across the board, that doesn't mean that they're not here to compete. Their competitive spirit on another level entirely, eager to continue their journey. Team Iran!
This is the last chance both of these teams have in their hands. They have to make it or break it right this instant. Only one of them will be moving on to the lower bracket quarterfinals to meet Cambodia. And if they do, they still have a chance to survive at the WEC 2025. Looking good as ever, looking smarter as ever, because they have learned from every mistake they've done from the group stage to the play-ins, and now here at the playoff lower bracket round. We invite the team of Iran, Neil, Jerry, Nirvana, Kana Lisicka.
Now, we've already gotten the chance to witness this roster in play during day one of WEC. As Pasha mentioned, it was up against Team Malaysia, where unfortunately the score ended up in the favor of MY 2-0. Iran seems to have learned from that experience, but will it be sufficient to take on a team on the level of Turkey, consisting of Unohana, Kujo, Zendaya, Mieko, and Nora?
Pretty much we know for fight off with Turkey. But here's the thing, Turkey was having a lot of struggle times when they met off with our reigning champion Indonesia. That shows how much potential they could bring out right here for their lower bracket.
Yeah, it is definitely a not ideal situation for any team here to be put in the same group as the reigning champions. But if you want to have a chance of competing for that title yourselves, then that is an obstacle you're going to need to overcome eventually. Turkey has been able to learn from that as well, and they were able to make it into the playoffs by defeating Colombia during the play-ins. But with only one life left standing, will either of these two teams be able to make the lower bracket run a reality, or will their journey be cut short right here and now?
Taken by Team Malaysia causes them that first win. But at the same time, once they met off with South Africa, which we really wanted to actually see what was the potential, because it wasn't actually live streamed inside our WEC 2025. But looking on the draft side, I feel like that's where we see how much potential they put out with South Africa, whereby we can see the draft-wise. We've got Esmeralda, Lancelot, Kimi, Xbox, and Gatot Kaca. It seems as if they had a lot of good response towards South Africa's team.
Yeah, I think that they are a squad that is already more than capable of holding their own. It's just, let's say, in the case of Team Iran, they still lack a little bit of experience on a global scale.
Yeah.
That's why they fell a little bit behind, because they still had to work on their foundations overall. On the side of Team Turkey, we know that they have the foundations. We know that they've been able to perform already in the past. It's just that they were up against a top-level contender. So in this particular matchup, I think a lot of us are expecting Team Turkey to be the favorites, but we've already had expectations shattered in this tournament so far, which means we gotta keep our eyes open and figure out what exactly is ticking between both of these teams.
Isn't it ironic that two of these teams, right, Iran as well as Turkey, both of them had to meet off in their own groupings with two giants names in MLBB scenes, right? Between Malaysia as well as Indonesia. These are the two competitors that you don't want to miss out very, very soon into the game. But coming along for our first round map is going to be the map of Dangerous Grass. Finally, we keep on saying expanding river, or even flying clouds. But now we are going to actually go into the first map between our third series. It is Dangerous Grass.
That already means we're going to be putting higher priority onto heroes like the Hilda and even enabling heroes like the Rome Assassins, which so far have not actually made an appearance here in the women's side of the bracket. It is definitely a strategy that requires a bit of finesse to execute and ends up with you playing the game slightly different than usual, which is probably why a lot of teams are just buying away from it. But you do have to be a little bit more cautious here. On one hand, playing Assassin jungles feels comfortable because you can set up ambushes, but you yourself can be threatened, especially in those first few levels.
Oh, that's kind of true though. That's a really good note to actually take in and be aware of, especially when it comes to draft-wise. So far, I do think that pretty much throughout our two series that we saw between Indonesia is a lot of straightforwards, really direct to the point that they were able to actually spot out and read their opponent's movement as well as their own draft. And this is where the fine line that how do you want to actually control that away before someone's able to actually spot which hero they're going to actually pick up, or how you're going to actually counter the enemy's opponent picks.
And all of this comes down to experience, right? And both these teams are still looking for a little bit more of that under their belts, which means it would be very unfortunate for them to end their journey here. They want to get more exposure, more opportunities to learn, to grow, to really show their stuff here on this stage. So let's start things off with the very first draft. Team Turkey A going to be on blue side with Team Iran on red. CC going to be the first ban, but also the Esmeralda by Iran.
I think we talked about it, how TG is actually really prioritized on the quality side of how we want to avoid it. One of the best flags coming in from EXP as well as a fighter as well for the side lane. And even though we didn't actually see much of the CC ban previously, but it's still been prioritized to be taken out into the proportion. Now, Esmeralda on the other note, we saw how much of the sustainability that Esmeralda can provide to a point that I think we probably feel like it kind of actually exerts so much of the potential into the draft wise. But at the same time, Xborg has been taken out.
Xborg is being taken out instantly. You will know that Team Turkey A probably wants to play a tank jungle. Probably wants to play a mainly bulky lineup actually. So that is information that Team Iran might be able to utilize. And they already got rid of one of those heroes themselves earlier. So they can't continue down that line, but you also have to worry about the meta assassins currently. The Hayabusa and the Lancelot, the former of which has now been banned.
I think pretty much we know for a fact that when it comes to assassin jungler, does not need to be messed around between the Lancelot as well as Hayabusa, and we did see that Iran was able to actually have a good potential when it comes to Lancelot. If it can be released or given an opportunity to be open, they might actually snatch up straight away that assassin jungler if it kinds of mixed up or actually comfort zone into the side of Iran's drafting. Now, one more draft ban needs to be put out by Team Turkey. Do you think, is there any heroes that should be particularly focused on right now by Turkey?
Well, they already banned out the Xborg, so they're probably going to be looking at things like the Baxia to start things off. Yeah, they even get rid of the Lancelot themselves, so it's a high chance that they'll go Baxia if they want to first pick their tank jungler. Otherwise, we've already seen first picks of Grok, Gatot, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
Those will probably be the high priority ones.
And somehow we do see that a lot of times if we check out on the stats, right, most of the times the teams that were able to pick out, let's just focus more a little bit about mid lane on the other note. Kimi is actually a really good high priorities wise for the heroes, right? Because it gives so much of an opportunity to just break down the mid lane, having a great mobility to move around from the side lane as well, whether it's on top or bottom, and the damage burst that can be given and support. This is what is a great opportunity or even choice into the draft wise. But here on out, since that Iran has already spotted out the gameplays of Turkey after betting off a lot of not just Xborg but also assassin jungler, which is Lancelot, they take off Baxia as well for the tool.
Now this is going to be a little bit more awkward because Fredrin is the only remaining tank jungler that is viable, but not typically a hero you want to first pick on blue side. But at the same time, if Team Turkey A don't take the Fredrin now, there's always a chance of it being stolen away, since Team Iran will have 2 picks once it comes down to their turn. Do they want to still prioritize onto the Fredrin being picked up early, or do they want to go back to the picks we pointed out earlier, like Grok as Gatot?
Is that Grok will be the first ultimate priority for the side of Turkey. Yay! Iran, on the other note, if they can actually already read up the idea that is being portrayed by Turkey, they can actually just snatch up the Fredrin for themselves as well to deny even more entrance or even opportunity for Turkey itself. But at the same time, again, we talked about how mid laner also has been prioritized. Lunox has been a little bit popular right here for our MLB women category.
Yeah, Lunox was fairly popular on both these teams actually, so it might be worth grabbing early, but Kimi is still a very, very annoying level 1 mid laner that you might have to worry about, since there is already a Grok being paired up on the side of Turkey as well. Looks like it's going to be the Yisun Shin, but also the Angela. This was a specialty of Iran even on day 1.
Yeah, and the fact that they were able to actually win against South Africa as well with the combo of Yisun Shin with Angela shows how much of the confidence they have in this combination. The question is, team of Iran, they had a lot of sustained heroes, which is Grog to actually hold out the front line with Alice on the side. So the question is, can Iran find a way to make sure that this strategy can be repeated against Turkey? On the side of Turkey, they picked up Harith immediately with ease.
Alright, very solid conclusion here from Team Turkey. We've already seen them play with the Grok Eve combination. Very strong team fighting, and this is a squad that likes to go for those 5v5s. And then you lock in the Harith as well, because then you can start focusing down the gold laners, and you can force Iran into a situation where they either go for the Granger right now, or they'll have to flex into it later. But Iran does have the Sun Shin, so the double fighter side lane is a possibility. The only thing that they need to be worried about is going to be that mid lane prio, because you will have an Angela versus Eve matchup, and that's heavily favoring Eve.
Far we are seeing that Iran is prioritizing on Gatot Kaca yet again. Pretty much Gatot Kaca is, I think, the pick-wise rate right now between every heroes that we have. Gatot Kaca will be the top priorities inside our MLB women category, and we know for a fact that Gatot Kaca with the AOG might be able to actually just punch into the line of the bag for the side of Yves itself. But the question is, looking on the side of Turkey, right, we do see a lot of the control are much more on their side. Now going into the ban phase right now, as Lapu Lapu been taken out by Iran, Turkey can just shut down even more further of the mid laner if they think that there's a possibility that Iran wants to take another gold lane. But I don't think that's
So.
yeah, right?
I mean, they already have Angela and Gatot. You don't really have a slot for a different mid laner unless you want to put Lunox in the gold lane, which is possible, but not the most ideal. Though it's also actually not too bad, since the Esme's already been taken out, and you might want something that can handle the Harith. The Ruby does get banned out, so Turkey is already looking at the double fighter side lane combo, and you want to get rid of the sustained heroes that work particularly well with Angela. So this is going to be Ruby, Yuzong, Alice.
That could be one of the top priority-wise to ban off and take out from the pool itself from Turkey. On the side of Team Iran, they can actually just drag off a little bit more for the side lanes heroes. What are the particular heroes that you're looking for right now, Stafa?
I'm actually surprised that Iran banned the Lapu Lapu themselves. I feel like they could have gone for it perfectly fine, but they'll also get rid of the Fredrin. So now, basically all of the meta junglers have been taken out of the pool, and Turkey is going to need to make a decision as to how they want to approach the rest of it. Akai is still open, so I think that's probably going to be the fallback, since I'm currently not a big fan of the Joy. I think Turkey should continue banning out Angela combos. It's just whether they're more afraid of Alice or Yuzong.
Is it really viable to actually have Joy there? As you talked about how you're not really in the favor of Joy to be picked out right here.
A lot of teams still pick Joy, but I don't really like it very much personally.
Why?
I just think she's not that strong anymore.
Ah, I see. Even with the mobility-wise, you feel like it's just not enough to pull through
Like her burst
the team
damage
fight.
is insufficient and takes too long to scale.
I see. But then you talked about how Turkey can definitely just drag out either Yuzong or even Alice, so they prioritize on Alice to be taken out from the pool. Now, Iran, you still need a lot of your side lane to be given out more. So what are the teams that what are the heroes that you feel like might probably be popping off right now?
If Ruby was not banned, Ruby 100% gets picked here because you want to keep things as flexible as possible. You could go Yuzong just to make sure it doesn't get stolen, but then you can get counteracted on the opposite side, so that is not the most ideal. That's why I thought they should have kept Lapu Lapu for themselves. Would have been one of the safer EXP laners. They'll go into the Phoveus, which I guess is fine since the Esme is already taken out. But we saw Phoveus get wrecked pretty hard earlier today with the glue, so I'm eyeing that for Turkey.
And the fact that I feel like there is also a possibility of Arlet popping up. Do you think that Arlet is actually a good choice as well to be picking up right here for Turkey?
Arlet for Turkey is actually not bad at all.
Right?
It doesn't have the best laning phase into Phoveus, but you can actually outplay the matchup with skill, and works particularly well with the Eve, with the Final Slash into the RWM combo. So that's actually not bad at all. Blue or Arlet would both be very solid for EXP lane. For jungle, it could be Akai if they still want to go tank, but they actually lock into Suyo.
they lock in the Suyo. I mean, pretty much we talked about how a lot of the tank junglers have already been picked off already, and we thought that they were going to go into that kind of path. Probably Akai was already open, but ended up they picking up Suyo into their hands now. Last option coming up from Iran itself. Again, I feel like pretty much on the side of Iran, they're going to actually focus more on how Yi Sun-shin is going to actually portray more for the defense. Oh, no, sorry, for the damage-wise. But is it going to be enough, though? They need one more hero to have that kind of countability, but it's going to be Benedetta to be picked up right there.
Benedetta Gold? Is that what we're looking at here? Now, this is very interesting. This is not something I've actually seen at all, even with all the experimentation that teams are doing. Certainly a fighter hero that could work well with the Angela. Can be built in very flexible ways, though I do think you want to ideally get at least bruiser type because you do need damage right now on the side of Team Iran. Very interesting final pick coming in here, and not too bad all things considered, but it is a high execution ceiling.
I feel like on the side of Draft Rise, it feels like when it covered up to the side of Team Turkey, they kind of actually control all the angles. They'll be able to actually have that momentum fighting off with Team Iran. On the side of Team Iran though, they need to slow down a little bit of the pace of Turkey. If they can do that, they might be able to actually counterattack all of the initiation that will be done.
This is a double fighter side lane comp coming in from Team Iran, so normally they would need to be the ones creating the tempo, creating the momentum.
Yeah.
The issue is they have an Angela mid, and that means that your mid lane priority is going to fall behind compared to that of an Eve, especially paired with the Grok as well. So they want to get the tempo, but it's going to be difficult to do so unless they get a little bit more assistance in the mid lane from their jungler.
Alright, that's just us analyzing, but this is all up to these two teams. Yet again, we are here for the WEC 2025. Let's take a look for the lower bracket between Turkey versus Iran.
Alright, let's get things started. Having a look already at the emblem setup, this is indeed a gold lane Benedetta going lethal ignition, so I wouldn't be surprised if Kana goes for a full damage build. Does have that petrify as well.
Thoughts coming through from the side of Sherry to Nora, but they're definitely going to actually just zone out a little bit for the mid lane. Great move comes through, but Neil on the other node, a lot of damage soaking up to the side of Uno Hana. Not a best decision making coming in, but I think that Neil will be fine on her own. Not to worry whatsoever, just to zone out things. And even Kana having herself just a little bit into deep.
Yeah, this Benedetta is not the best fighter for handling a Harif, unfortunately. So that means that Team Iran is actually losing lane prio on both of the side lanes and the mid lane as well. So it's going to be very difficult for them to actually make any movements happen on the map, and their scaling is not the best.
But coming up for the Mountain Shaka, missed it out, but then again they come through for Sherry's side. Still not enough though. Now they're pushing in with Kujo, joining along with the team fight. Neutralized just a little bit for now.
Alright, good movements there. The Revitalize being able to keep Sherry alive. Otherwise, that would have been a very punishing dive coming in from Iran.
Coming out right now, still Red Rapid comes through. Lishika just trying to zone out, trying to make sure that all the creeps will not be stolen, but unfortunately it's just all lost for the side of Iran.
That's a good transition too. They specifically target the EXP lane to set up for the turtle, and they're able to get the bonus of poking out Sherry. This should be a free first objective for Team Turkey, but we are starting to see Kana exert a bit more pressure over this Harif.
Hana is trying to pull through. Neil is not having a good time right at the top, especially the fact that even at the moment they're trying to go in, RWM put out. At the same time, Lishika trying to survive all alone. Hardguards pulls out to the Sherry side, but at the same time, what cost? Because at the end, they were able to take down. Now come through to the fight with Nora right now, surviving it all out. They drags it off, but Kana gets the first blood right here to Kujo. And moving along, the deal will shut down Nora for the side of 2 kills in the hands of Iran.
Here we can already see the value of the Benedetta in the side lane, being able to rotate and join fights a lot more easily compared to other heroes. I like the invade. They actually did manage to steal the purple buff away from Sherry, but hold on.
Woo! Sherry with the last hit takes down Zendaya. One more. Uno Hana just tried to survive it out, but unfortunately, it's going to be a good win for Iran.
I have to say, this is probably one of the most effective uses of Angela that we've seen the entire tournament so far, being able to save people on a tiny sliver of HP and actually enabling earlier rotations. We said on paper that Nirvana might have difficulty getting lane prio against Zendaya because of the hero matchup. But looks like they've been able to handle that thanks to Sherry's intervention. They're being very active on the map right now, and that's exactly what Team Iran needs to be doing.
A lot of invasive move coming on from Turkey, and now it comes back to bite them because of how Iran was able to back it up to their side. And this is where overextension will be punished, and Turkey needs to be a little bit disciplined more. Yes, they did do a lot of pressure just now, but Iran finally falls through and had momentum. But at the same time, Kana is not doing well at their own lane, but not to worry, Nirvana is just on the lookout. But at the same time, right here, goes in for the tectonic charge with the Urgent Rapid, just holding out. Neil surviving it all with the hard guard been put out. Neil has no worry, but RWM has already been put out. Neil will not be able to survive it all. Unona takes her down immediately. Lisika tried to go all out with the AOG, but it will not do anything as one kill is enough for Turkey to get it.
It sure did take quite a while though, that hard guard keeping Nil topped up, but once again Turkey aiming for the turtle timing.
And comes in along with the Edge Rampage. Kana trying to go all out to Nora, but at the same time zoning comes through with Kujo as well. Lishika will be able to take down Nora immediately. Now pushing on right now. Sherry having a little bit fun right here with Zendaya shutting her down, but at the same time it's already a good trade coming along by Iran with Turkey.
Unohana finding the right target there, specifically the enemy jungle. Unfortunately, Kujo did take quite a bit of poke previously, so not able to muscle their way through the turtle since the rest of the frontliners from Iran are still alive. They're gonna continue zoning them out. By the time they restart the turtle, Sherry will actually be able to rejoin the fray. Does Iran actually still want to contest this or not?
See, a lot of zoning coming in from Nora's side. Be sure that they don't come through. Kujo will be able to get the turtle because of such a control comes in from Turkey. Yay! Iran on the other note, losing Sherry kind of put them a little bit step back, but it's okay. They might be able to breathe just a little bit. Unohana, a lot of pressure to Neil yet again. A lot of focus comes into EXP.
Now, I think we have to highlight a little bit about the win conditions here, especially for Team Iran. They are playing double fighter side lane with an Angela mid. This means that a lot of their power spike is in the mid game. The ideal is to get ahead by the 10-minute mark.
No one be caught up by the AOG, but Mount Sure comes through right here. Nora had to pull away with the tectonic charge just to survive it out. But Edisby, you can actually see that the whole entire fallbacks had to be pulled away for neutralization.
I kind of feel like Nora could have actually committed for that, used the tectonic charge aggressively instead, because the rest of her team was quite nearby.
But RWM been put out right here. Lishika trying to go all those out, but Zaman Force comes through right here. Lishika tries to survive it out, but can he do it with the hard guard comes through? Lishika still have managed to survive, but will be taken out by Mirko. Now moving along, go for the infinite pursuit. Never now will be taken out by Zandaya. Now moving along, trying to pull it up, but Turkey just doing so much damage until Iran could not do anything. Left it off with the tectonic charge. Kana comes through with the Mieko shutting down. Now 1, 2, 3 teams. No, make it a 4 players just shut down, wiped out in the hands of Turkey.
I like the idea of Team Iran to try and make use of the grab on top of Lisichka to dive onto Mieko instead, but it...
Lunch yuk!
Yuk!
Yang hemat aja.
Lagi ngirit nih.
Pesan di Shopee Food ada diskon rame-rame. Diskon 50% hingga 200.000. Buka Shopee Food, klik diskon rame-rame. Pilih resto, terus grup order. Undang banyak teman, hemat hingga 200.000 coy.
Shopee Food, diskon rame-rame. Diskon 50% hingga 200.000. Hanya Shopee Food. Hanya Shopee Food.
Shopee Food, diskon rame-rame.
Those off-tempo plays, Turkey A was not expecting a fight there, but the AOG right into the bypass got an excellent choke point. We can see that Kana is actually being quite annoying here on this Benedetta, now unstoppable.
Unstoppable indeed. All the slash comes through. Kujo shuts down immediately. Great win comes through with Jungler been wiped out by Team Iran. Now this turtle is going to be a free kill for the side of Iran.
They'll be able to scare it easily. Now Unohana might get punished a little bit. Actually gets stunned in. This glue gonna jump back in actually.
Grab straight away to Neil, but is it going to be a condition that is going to be good? RWM been put out by Zendaya. At the same time, Neil just grabbing it through and through. But at the same time, it's going to give an opportunity for Rico to just shut her down immediately.
We're seeing a lot of action right now. It didn't happen on screen, but Mieko actually won a 1v1 against Kana as well. Picked the Benedetta off before the fight even started. So we can see that Mieko doing good on this Hare.
Hot guard immediately putting out to Sherry, making sure that nobody actually gets away easily. But again, they were trying to invade into the side of Team Iran. A lot of back and forth comes through from these two teams.
And now Team Turkey, they're aware that Mieko is going to be their win condition. This Harif doing a very good job so far. And it does come down to that gold lane duel and whether or not Kana is able to find the angles when it comes down to the team fights. We're at the 8-minute, nearly 9-minute mark. Gold lead still just a little under 3k in favor of Turkey, which is definitely a deficit that you can make up on. The Team Iran will need to make that happen sooner than later.
The fact that they're just trying to figure out which way can they actually pull through. A little bit of bullying can be done a little so that they can actually have that turn things around for the side of Team Iran. Turkey, so far, they had a really good control from the start, but now Iran is finding answers from one another. Putting out the Urchin Rampage, Listica could not move, could not find a way, had to use the AOG just to run.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to do that there. Better to keep yourself alive, especially since the Lord is going to be up in another 15 seconds or so. Turkey does have the slightly better late game scaling overall, and that's basically why I said Iran needed to be the ones making use of the mid-game power spike. Since if they're not in the lead, the later the game goes, the harder it's going to be for them to keep up. So with Kana around, there is always going to be a win condition as long as this Benedetta is able to find the cat onto the Harry.
Already moving into the Lord dance right here by Team Turkey. Iran, unfortunately, was a little bit too late, but they're moving on right here to the side of Neil. Neil had to pull away straight away before they became casualty, but Kujo does not allow it. Hardguard had to be put out to Neil to survive it out, but at the same time, Kana making a great decision, but Earthen Rapid be put out. They deny it. RWM put it out as well so that they cannot move away. AWG trying to put it out. Can they actually survive? They make it sure that they will be able to survive. Nora will be taken out by Kana immediately, but at the same time, they fight for Mieko by Sherry itself, and now leaving only Unohana to fend for herself. 3 players in the hands of Iran.
A total reversal from Team Iran, and now Unohana, the only one left trying to buy as much time as possible, and honestly doing a great job of it. But Heartguard will be used to get the Angela away. Turkey made a mistake. They stayed for too long. They underestimated the healing coming out of this Angela. But Unohana will finally fall as the Lord shoves down the bot lane.
Good job coming in from Iran. Great zoning from Una to survive it out. 4 players just try to ram her to make sure that she will be not taken down that fight easily. But at the same time, Iran still have it in their bag because the fact is they were able to turn things around for themselves. Now Turkey, even though they got the lot, now they still need to make sure that push comes through so that they can make sure that Iran loses a lot of the defense. Here on out, Klishika will be able to move away very quickly. No casualty.
I feel like at this point, multiple members of Iran have to have Oracle because that healing is actually adding up to a lot more than you would ordinarily expect. And Team Turkey is actually running into some issues where even though they have really good scaling damage, the consistency of it is not enough to actually whittle down their opponents. And so, the later the game goes, the more my initial predictions may actually fall incorrectly. No oracles at all, simply the flask alone from Nirvana actually keeping Team Iran topped up.
Very, very risky from the side of Iran, but then again, Kujo, little bit of overextension. Kana comes in for the diving as well as with the help of that hard guard. But here on out, because of their invasiveness, they might actually fall down. And right now, Nirvana just trying to secure to survive it out will not be allowed at all, giving Turkey that 2 kills for themselves.
That was definitely a bit too greedy there. Kana saw what could have been an easy kill on Kujo, but neglected to think about where the rest of Team Turkey would be on the map. Lisicka was not really having a vision on anyone, so they will at least trade her life for the bottom tier 2.
And even then, we do see that a little bit of steal comes in from the side of Team Iran. They will try to make sure they have the objective, the minor objective that they needed so that they can control the movement of the minions. And this is what we want to see, the diversion that they want to have, as well as the macro, as well as the micro skills we needed into the hands of Team Iran. So far, they have been backing off from the side of Team Turkey, even though they lost a couple of life. Now, Lord is coming in right here, and they're trying to set things up with Lisicka. try to make it through, making sure that can spot out any movement or even any ambush that will be put out by Team Turkey.
I think setting up for this, Team Turkey have to play a little bit more disciplined. They're well aware of how tanky hard guard makes Team Iran at this point. It might be good to try and play a slower fight, wait until the duration runs out.
Yeah, with AOG going right to the mid, as well as Mieko going all out to push out to Lishika. Can they make it through it? They go with a tectonic charge, gets 2 players, but at the same time, Lishika will be the one, the victim, to be fall down. But at the same time, they push it to Kana! Will be shut down by Kujo, and now Neil trying to survive it out, but unfortunately, Infinite Pursuit just to be able to survive will not be able to do so, as Kujo shuts down Neil with 3 pieces in the hands of Turkey.
That was excellently played right there from Team Turkey, specifically targeting Sherry first to force the Heart Guard out onto the Yisun Shin, but that's not actually the target it gets the maximum value from. You want the Angela on the Benedetta or even the Phobius in this case, since they will be able to keep sustaining and walking in the front line. Since Sherry had to play it safe and stand behind, it meant that Team Turkey basically didn't have to contend with Heart Guard at all throughout that entire battle, and then were able to slowly dismantle Team Iran one by one. I gotta give a shout out especially to Zendaya, popping that RWM perfectly at the edge of the dash from Kana, blocking her in place just long enough for Kujo's burst to come true.
Yeah, exactly. The momentum, how they control, how Kana comes in. They want to make sure that they know the positioning of what Iran's about to do. And now, pushing on straight to the bottom turret that has been already dropped down. Looking for the top as well. RWM being picked out. Moving on with the tectonic charge. Putting on a Rampage as well. They're pushing in to survive, but hard got put out by Lishika. Can they survive that? Kana comes in with the slash, but then it's not going to be enough damage. Now they will be punishing to the side of Team Iran as they lost Neil. And moving on with the Zaman Force by Mieko. Mieko overextension can be expected to be side of Nirvana, shutting him down. But at the same time, right here, Team Turkey, they know that lot of damage already been done as they already stolen Neil as well as Kana.
So far, we're seeing good discipline from Team Turkey. They're basically doing what I said they needed to. Wait until the Heart Guard runs out to recommit onto the team fight. It's just unfortunate that Mieko walked a little bit too far forward and got punished for it. Otherwise, this is a guaranteed game win. But for now, Iran should be able to hold on to the base. They will have to deal with having no inhibitors left though.
Back off. Or discipline-wise, the respect that is needed to be given, they cannot take any risk. Waiting off for Mieko as they know that pretty much all of the damage they are going to focus more by Mieko herself. And this is what Team Turkey is doing. Having that much time can actually set up a really good team fight against Team Iran. But the question is, Team Iran, with a little breather that has been given by Turkey, can they actually put out a really good defense for their own base?
I think their defensive capabilities are not too bad, especially since Kana's Electo final blow should be able to get wave clear in quite efficiently. But we know that the later the game goes, the more the scaling is going to kick in for Team Turkey. Even though the goal lead is not all that big as of right now, a lot of heroes on the side of Team Iran are going to start falling off in overall utility. Especially this Phobius is no longer as tanky as he needs to be.
Ooh, a little bit too late with that Electro Blow, but at the same time, right here, it might actually come to bite it off. Kujo comes in with the tectonic charge by the side, takes down Nirvana immediately. Kana all by herself will be shut down, and this is going to open even more doors for Turkey. Yay!
That was beautifully done by Kujo, baiting out the Electro final blow and the Petrify. Even the Heart Guard committed meant that 2 members of Iran were now completely out of position for basically nothing.
Zaman Force put out Sherry and they lose, but at the same time managed to back off. But at the same time, right here, tectonic charge come through with Lishika trying to survive it out, pushing on straight away. AOG had to be pulled out for the survival, but Neil all alone to defend for the frosting side will be shut down by Kujo. Now Lishika trying to fend for the crystal. Can they do so with the Cherry as well on the side? Let the weapon be put out, trying to do some damage right here, making sure that they will still survive it out. And Turkey somehow, Mountain Shocker put out. Is it going to be enough damage? Nope, not at all. Turkey backs off as quickly as possible.
But Mieko keeps making this mistake of diving way too far forward. Again, that was a guaranteed base push if Team Turkey had their gold laner. But for some reason, the Haru just decided to Zaman Force all the way into the other side of the base, where the rest of her team was not close enough to be able to support her. Because of that, Turkey has to back up. They have to go for the Lord instead, and that gives Iran time to regroup. They still have to contend with the waves pushing into the base, but they do have an Angela to be able to handle that at least.
With Angela still holding off their positioning. They know for a fact that they just have to play with time, but it comes in with a tectonic charge. AOG comes through, but unfortunately losing a lot of lifeline. Lishika had to back away. Harga comes in with the Electro Blast, comes through. Can they actually manage to do a damage? No, they actually have a little bit of struggle. They had to pull away with the RWM. Ryoko takes down Sherry immediately now, leaving one more player to be taken out by Kujo himself with Neil. Now they're pushing it straight away to Lishika as well as Nirvana. Kujo just looking from the sideline. They know for a fact that they can just take down immediately. Enter Rapid to shut down Lishika immediately. This is a crystal for Turkey to get the first win.
And a triple kill from Kujo on the Suyo jungle. Claims the victory in game number 1 for Team Turkey. While there were certainly some mistakes made, overall the game was clean. The calls were solid and they knew exactly what they wanted to achieve with this lineup.
I think pretty much we saw a little bit of overextension coming in from Turkey, but it doesn't really matter because they already know they had a really good setup to go in. That tectonic charge, getting a lot of the players of Iran out of place. Why that we are seeing that Team Iran started a really good from the get-go, but then they kind of lost their tempo. They didn't know how to control the movement of Team Turkey at the end of it all.
I already mentioned that this draft from Team Iran is a little bit more high execution overall, because not only are you playing a double fighter side lane, which is more of a cheese strategy that requires you to have a lead or end the game early ideally, you're also trying to put in a Benedetta gold lane. This could work in favor against the Harith, but after that you gotta make sure that you land your abilities correctly. And while Kana was a threat for most of the early to mid stages, I think Team Turkey started figuring out, hey, this Benedetta is going to be trying to split push a lot of the time. We can bait out abilities. If we can get the hard guard in as well, we can basically get 2 free kills on the map.
Agree, because 2 times that we are seeing that the final blow was not able to land properly. It was kind of a waste of usage of the resources itself that was done by Kana. It ended up in the favor of Team Turkey. But looking on 18 minutes 40 seconds of the playtime, started out with Iran was able to control the movement, but now Team Turkey, they found the answers by the mid game, and it showed so much of the hard guard that was given by the side of Cherry, and even the side that we know that Nirvana was just trying to make sure that at least the front line will still survive, but it doesn't do much of the damage that was needed to take down Turkey.
And Nirvana honestly did a very good job, even though she wouldn't have had very good mid lane priority actually on an Angela, keeping the team alive and just Jeff-balling their way through Turkey in the earlier stages. But once the itemization really started blocking in, once Mieko got full build, once Kujo got full build, you could really see that damage adding up. And here I think is a great show of why Suyo could still be solid in the right situations.
And the fact that we have our Kujo as the key player right here as the goal hunter with 811 GPM. The goat is going to be Zendaya. I mean, with that RWM right on time, right on the spot. Even from that, I think it was the first Lord dance itself where she was able to caught Kana off guard and couldn't actually able to allow Iran to back off quickly, and that's where you find a way to conquer the movement of Iran. And this is where Turkey just comes off at the top a bit better. Lishika on the other note as the tanker with 257,000. She did her best. I do feel like there was a couple of times that the AOG that she put out did manage to caught up a couple of players of Turkey, but it didn't have that follow-up that was needed from the side of Iran.
Yeah, I like the aggressive initiation that they were using this AOG with, but there was a lot of backline being threatened. And Iran also needs to be diving against Team Turkey, which means that their composition, their lineup, their positioning is naturally a little bit chaotic and requires you to adjust on the fly. And honestly, I think they did a pretty okay job of that. I'm especially impressed by Kana's performance on the gold lane Benedetta. Not an easy hero to play, but they still falter in the face of our match MVP Uno Hana on the glue this time.
Blue with 3,114 KDA. I think pretty much we saw a lot of the game changer whereby how Uno Hana was just grab, moving into the hands of Iran so that they, no matter how much that they were able to actually pull all the stunts out to shut down Uno Hana, that zoning all by herself was just showing how much the resources that is needed to be done by Iran to shut her down.
Yep, they tried, but this glue is still very, very annoying. And this is why I was once again worried by the Fovea showing up as the 4th pick, because that's exactly what happened earlier in the day. Glue is such a good solution to this, and it is a counter to the Angela as well, because the grab can get a 2-for-1 deal if you land on the right target. Without the burst damage that a marksman would ordinarily offer, it was very difficult to actually remove Unohana from the board. You could actually see it from that one play where Unohana survived 1v5 for an extended period even after the rest of her team was taken out.
I mean, this is pretty much how we have to actually go back to the square part, right? Because the fact is, we need to figure out whether or not that decision making of picking up that Benedetta, even though, yeah, we do see from the execution, it was good from the start. But it was still, at the same time, they were playing off into the hands of Team Turkey to a point that they keep on losing the grounds for them to survive all of those team fights.
I think what happened here specifically is that Team Iran tried to play a little bit too hard, too fast. And they know that they need to play heavy dive, try and get bursts out as soon as possible because they lose out overall in consistent DPS. But by doing so, you sometimes see the Electro Final Low being used too early. You see the Heart Guard being used when the fight starts on the wrong target, just try and save someone instead of being maximized on a fighter instead. So those small, minute calls can make a big difference, because it's not as if Team Turkey was playing perfectly either.
I feel like the best way that we can say is that every single setup that was done by Turkey was just perfect. To be honest, you had that Earth Rampage. You deny any mobility of Iran to actually back away. Even if you actually try to survive with the Heart Guard, it's not gonna be enough, because now WM to even give more slowness effect to the side of Team Iran. What can you do? You can't even get out of that trap that was already been put up perfectly by Turkey.
That's why sometimes it's just good to fall back to the basics, right? You get yourself a really solid team fight composition, specialized in 5v5ing, and then you just naturally play the game the way it's intended to be. Double fighter side lane is a strong meta strat right now, but you gotta make sure that you're winning out those lane priors. You gotta make sure that you're leading early, that you know how to execute and maximize this kind of strategy, because otherwise the cheese just does not work.
And the fact that we talked about how this is actually a lifeline at stake, because Team Iran as well as Turkey, they had a long journey, but only one team can move up to this upper bracket or lower bracket on the next stage, which will be meeting Cambodia right after this. So the question is, can Turkey maintain their positioning as they've already been participating from last year compared to Iran, who just debuted for 2025?
Honestly, despite just debuting, I'm seeing some really solid foundations right here. While that Benedetta could have been a little bit cleaner, the fact that it was brought out and the fact that it did cause Team Turkey a bit of trouble in the earlier stages is already very, very impressive. And I actually got a direct DM from one of the viewers where they said, okay, Benedetta Gold is not new. It was actually used during the MPL Indonesia playoff. So there is a precedent for this. This is actually a pickup that is used against Harif sometimes.
I see. Interesting. If it actually comes to a point that we've seen already in the past, that could actually be a really good counter. But again, when it comes to execution, this is the problem. If you cannot actually land those shots properly, it has a problem to actually fight off with Harif, because we talked about how Harif, mobility-wise, especially with that Zaman Force, we saw how many times Mieko land that Zaman Force, it really locked on into any movement of Iran to a point that they cannot get out of it.
Yeah, I think Mieko did come close to throwing the game a couple times there at the very end because of going too far away from the rest of her team. But in the end, they were still able to close things out. So what I want to see going into the next game here is planar gameplay from both sides. The drafts honestly are pretty solid on paper, so keep that up going forward and just adjust in terms of execution.
Yeah, I think we can see that the fact that the teams right now, they are at stake. We are playing best of 3. This is where the fine line that if they messed up again for this second map, which is going to be the Dangerous Grass. And we talked about how Dangerous Grass is one of the maps that has the biggest impact in MLBB. You can play around to go for a passive hero that can survive in the grass, or even can play around with an ambush hero that has an ultimate that can survive it out, or probably even give so much damage and give a surprise factor to the team. So the question is, players from the side of Turkey, they had a lot of consideration during the first draft whereby they banned off a lot of jungle heroes. And not only that, assassin heroes are also one of the priorities they've been banned off, which is Lancelot, even though they actually had a good run when they fought off with Team Turkey. I think we did saw how Team Turkey was prioritizing Lancelot, fighting off at Dangerous Grass as well. So let's see if that's going to be the tail. But it seems that Iran kinda actually noticed it already from the yesterday's fight. So they take off Lancelot immediately because we saw the success that was done by Turkey using this Lancelot. So they want to make sure that that will be avoided. But at the same time, the Harif Respect ban comes along by Team Iran. From the side of Turkey, they ban off Baxia.
I think so far everything does make sense here. Getting rid of Harif, of course, since this is still probably one of the best typical gold laners in the meta right now, and it was played pretty well, very aggressively in the previous game. You just want to take that off the board because basically every other gold laner in the meta right now is easier to handle. Then we see the CC also being taken out by Team Turkey here.
I think we already saw it. Even previously, they actually kind of prioritized to ban off Chi-Chi. It's not really to be messed around. If you kind of open that opportunity to be picked up, you will have a really tough time at the EXP lane if you want to put CC. But again, CC is actually a really good flex hero, so there's a possibility they want to make sure that it doesn't come through in the end.
So they're still sticking over to that. Now, previously we did see Team Turkey ban out the X-Borg, and that seemed to specifically be setting up for a tank jungler, which may have been a bait at the very end. Now that they are on the red side, it's probably a little more difficult to try and go for draft strategies like that. Arlit going to be the final ban on the side of Team Iran.
Arlit. We talked about how Arlit could actually be a good choice to be made for the first draft, right? Because if, for example, like they don't have much of a choice for the EXP because a lot of it has already been taken out. Alice, Yuzong, Arlit is still a viable choice to be, even though it's not really the best option, but it can be picked out. But Iran, on the other note, feeling like Arlit being taken out. What are your thoughts on this, Tafa?
Still thinking a little bit about it, because the Arlit was actually better for Team Turkey's lineup. That's why Team Iran went for the full VS to try and directly counter it, but then kind of forgetting about the glue. Hayabusa now going to be banned out, so heavy focus towards the jungle aspect during this particular matchup. That does mean though, Esmeralda is led through the draft and is going to be picked up straight away.
I like the idea because we did saw that how Esmeralda was banned off quite a couple of times here for the MLB women category, and I feel like one of the heroes that is also prioritized, whether it's Kacha or Broad, Esmeralda is actually a really good viable choice. But at the same time, Turkey say like, hey, since Grok is open, might as well we take it out, as well as Eve. Again, these are the two heroes that was really doing a lot of the key plays whereby they take a really good setup with that tectonic charge, even with the ultimatums of making sure that there's not much of a mobility here by Team Iran.
These two are basically the backbone of Turkey's previous lineup, and in my opinion, one of the best duo team fights in the game right now. It's just so much AoE, so much control. Eve is actually countered by Esmeralda on paper, but it is still something you can manage. So the X-Borg is going to be locked in by Iran. That means that Team Turkey can't really afford to go into hyper tanky lineups. They ideally need good burst damage, especially in their gold laner. Isan Shin also going to be picked up by Team Iran.
Interesting. I think pretty much we are saying that Iran, we did saw how a great job coming in from Iran, right? Using that Isan Shin with a mountain shocker. A little bit of overextension that was not really necessary from their side, but they know for a fact that it was a really good move coming from them. But on the side of Turkey, one more heroes prioritized. They taking off Granger immediately.
Going for the Granger, we already knew that there was a pretty good chance that Team Turkey is going for a more classic lineup here, since the X-Borg basically denies double fighter's side lane. So they will lock in the Granger now that Har has been taken out. And now The other side, Team Iran, not going to be too worried about this because they've already revealed both Esme and Xborg. So these are going to be their side laners for sure. And they're using this Xborg as a way to pre-counter the glue. You can no longer go into heroes like that because Xborg naturally does very well against them.
I mean, with the last Insanity, just to give a lot of the explosion and as well as damage, breaking off every single rotation or even trying to go for the setup, right? This is where Iran can disturb every single positioning of Turkey. And now they're trying to make sure that at least a lot of the potential of their Assassins jungler will be taken out as well, whereas they took out Suyo from the pool.
Yeah, taking out Suyo, you already know that it's not ideal for Team Turkey to go into Fredrin, so Team Iran probably doesn't need to ban Fredrin, so we're looking at other assassins that they might need to be worried about. Meta-wise, Joy is still somewhat popular. I personally am not a big fan, and we didn't see it picked up earlier in favor of Suyo either. We've already talked a little bit about Nolan in the past. I'm not sure if we're going to see Nolan here yet. Akai is also probably a little less ideal when you're up against the Xborg. So I'm actually wondering if Team Turkey can play Fanny.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I kind of agree on that because we barely see... No, not barely. We haven't seen Joy at all from day number 1. It's not really the priority pick for the side of jungler itself. So this is where the fine line is. Are they going to actually come out with Fanny? Even though with the nerf comes with the steel cable, it still be a good option here. But Glue giving a respect ban right here. Even though, yeah, you have that Xbox in their hands, I feel like Iran just trying to shut down even more the signature heroes of Turkey.
I think Turkey can go into their EXP laner here first and keep their jungler for the very last, since there's no way of it being contested anymore. If you want to keep it safe, Lapu Lapu is probably the best bet at this point. You can still go into Yuzong, but it has a slightly tougher time into Xborg, so Lapu is probably the safest.
Lapu Lapu having a really good composition as well as going to the back line, but at the same time, finally making an appearance right here at our MLB Women category is going to be Joy to be picked by Turkey.
Joy is still okay. If you're able to maximize her towards the mid phase, can actually do quite a lot. I'm just worried about the heavy cooldown base of it. But we already know that both side laners have been revealed on Team Iran. So the only major role that can actually CC Joy at this point is going to be the roamer. They're going to need something that has very solid lockdown. If you're wanting to draft something that works with the Eve as well, it might be good to go for Kaja here, since the suppress will actually be able to deny the real-world manipulation.
Oh, that's kind of true though. Yeah, definitely one of the viable choice coming up for Team Iran. But at the same time, we are seeing that Team Iran had a really good vital lane for the gold, but now they're pushing in with Farsa to be picked as well as the side of Team Iran. I feel like...
Carmilla?
Yeah, Carmilla. Is it okay?
That's very interesting. Carmilla has natural synergy with Xborg, because this is a hero that slows down the enemy team quite a lot and ties them together so that the more AoE damage you do, the more damage you just do in total. Which means that Iran is trying to go for a slower team fight set around the Curse of Blood into the Flamethrower, and then you can actually go for some burst pickoff with the Farsa as well. Unfortunately, it means that you have no direct lockdown.
Yeah.
There's no hero that can reliably catch the Joy, and it is up to whether or not Go makes a mistake in movement. This means that the Yuzong can actually now come out, since that is one of the best heroes for diving and cancelling Feathered Airstrike.
This is tough. I still think that pretty much on the draft-wise, Turkey looks a little bit more sturdy compared to Iran. I know for a fact that Iran is trying to find a little bit of unorthodox way to fight against Turkey, but I feel like it's not going to be enough though.
It could be a surprise pick, because Carmilla's Curse of Blood actually genuinely makes you take a lot of damage if it hits like the entire team, and then you have good AoE like Feathered Airstrike, like the fire missiles. But it's a very heavy condition, and once again, no solid lockdown for heroes like the Joy. Your backline dive is also a bit lacking. You're very front to back. Even though you're playing double fighter side lane, you'd usually want at least one hero that can threaten Granger more easily. And the only way they can do that is maybe through Feathered Airstrike. So it's, once again, a draft that has a bit of an execution ceiling.
I feel like at the same time, when it comes to the setup, right, Stava, you gotta agree on me on this, because the fact is, right now a lot of the sites that Iran is actually prioritizing more. They want to actually have a lot of mobility, but is that mobility going to be enough though? Because like we talked about, this is the last chance for both of this team. If they don't make it right here, we have to say goodbye to them. And one of them will move into the lower bracket final, meeting off with Cambodia. Welcome to WEC. This is Turkey versus Iran.
You can already see Nirvana getting poked out quite hard, but that means Zendaya has to flicker away from Yi Sun Shin. Nice early gank coming in from Sherry.
And the fact that right now pushing on Ilishika, a little bit too close call to be taken out, but managed to move away as quickly as possible, will be able to survive it out. So much extension has already been done, but Neil is passing through this 1v1 with Unohana, will have no problem.
Team Iran is going to once again have a bit of a difficult time getting mid lane prio, but at least this time around their side lanes are a lot stronger. Oh, Nora actually gets the full reset on the orange buff, so that's gonna slow down Sherry a bit. Even needs to pull over Kana just to make sure that this Grok isn't causing too much chaos.
Even Nora right now doing a lot of invasive move to point out it kind of actually controls the movement of Team Iran. Turkey knows what it needs to be done right here and showing a lot of movement, a lot of control. But at the same time, Ilishika will be stunning Zendaya just for the sake of trying to move around.
First turtle is going to be up very, very soon. Unlike the previous game, we're not seeing very heavy emphasis towards the EXP lane here on either team. So there's not going to be a side that has an obvious advantage over the first turtle pit.
Kujo coming along to the mid side, going all out straight away with Electrifying Beast. Takes down Sherry immediately by Zendaya. Great move comes along with Turkey just pushing out at the mid lane.
The reactionary movement from Team Iran still needs a little bit of work in terms of its speed, because they did try to go for a mid lane gank onto Zendaya. Not a bad idea, but failed to mention that Kujo was dashing in from the top side. So that's the first turtle over to Turkey.
First turtle, great job securing it, especially the fact that they were able to control the movement of Iran itself for that skirmish. And now moving along, it seems that they will be able to invade even more territory of Iran.
Right now, we're already looking at the obvious flaws of Team Iran's lineup. No lockdown that can punish Kujo for dashing too far forward. And even though their side lanes are able to get priority, that is only in a direct laning state. They don't really offer a lot of utility when it comes out to straight up team fights. And that allows Turkey to play very aggressively.
Now just pushing on right here at the bottom lane. Mountain Shocker just to clear things out. Not gonna do so much, but it seems that Turkey overlooking to the side of Team Iran, finding a way to go in. Kujo comes through to Sherry's side, but that's not going to be a little bit of overextension, but they still goes to Polishika instead. Again, this is just a back and forth between the two teams.
Really nice rotations here. Team Turkey is aware of their advantage on the map right now, especially around the mid lane, and they're using it to deprive Sherry of as much farm as possible, since this is basically the only scaling damage on Team Iran's side. And now the snowball is already starting to build up.
A lot of things to be catching up right here for Team Iran. Turkey, every movement they make is very calculated to a point that Iran is just being put stop immediately. Lishika will be able to actually just move away. It seems that Kujo is running freely, getting the buff from the territory side as well as not being stopped at all. But here comes on with the technology charge. Muriko takes down Sherry, but their side has been opened. Mieko in danger zone will be shut down by the one and only Nirvana.
Mieko is a scary gold laner, actually. The fact that she's flickering aggressively in that position, she knows I'm not getting out of here alive, so I'm gonna try and take someone with me. That is the mindset of a particular type of gold lane player. Team Turkey, even with the loss of their Granger, not gonna shy away from taking another turtle.
Not a problem for them, as they know this is just pretty much a place for them to just take a lot of the objective for themselves. And Team Iran, on the other note, it's a little bit of a win for them to just get at least Mieko, but at the same time, the movement are still being controlled by Turkey.
Even though they did lose Mieko, picking off Sherry was much more valuable for Turkey there, because that denies Iran any chance of contesting the turtle and allowing Turkey to get even more farm at this point. The longer the game goes, the worse it's going to be for them.
Look at this, Kujo just coming in for the diving position, but Mountain Shocker does not help it at the same time. Kujo unfortunately.
Download aplikasi GoPay, selalu gratis top up dan tarik tunai di Alfamart dan Indomaret.
Top up saldo kena biaya ya? Iya kak. Tarik tunai juga. Gimana ya?
Di aplikasi GoPay gratis, Mbak. Tuh kan.
Download dah.
Of diving composition from the side of Turkey. Risky move, but yet it is a great zoning coming from them. And the fact that right here, Unohana putting a lot of pressure on her own lane, showing how they can't even move away.
Once again, the rotations from Turkey this game are very clean. They know how many people they need to rotate in order to get an objective, in order to get a kill. And they know how they need to play to make it successful. Unfortunately, once again, the draft of Iran not really helping them.
Comes in with the ultra-rapid fire. It's open a bit too late. Unfortunately, Ilishika will be the victim of that cause.
This Carmilla not really working out so far. It works the best when you're in a direct 5v5, but Team Turkey is specifically avoiding positioning themselves for that. They're actually taking very separated ganks around the map with 2 or 3 split-man cells. And that is denying Team Iran any chance of getting the fight they want.
A lot of the setup has been done by Turkey, denying the movement of Team Iran. And here on out, let's see if Team Iran can actually answer properly. A lot of the feather set has been opened, comes in with a fallen star, but at the same time, right here doing their best to just flick around. Neil having a little bit of difficulty, had to move away, but now comes along with Unohana just crushing in as a dragon. Will be able to take them a little bit, but comes along with a mighty swing. Feathers that will be cancelled immediately. Mirko takes down Nirvana, comes through with Neil just shutting down immediately to make sure that they will survive. But Unohana, a lot of an overextension. Last Insanity doesn't get anyone. Instead, will be able to give Kujo the turtle in the hands.
Unohana definitely stayed a little longer than necessary, but that was an excellent play. The Furious dive into the bush with the Petrify, knowing that people are going to be hiding in there. Very worthy trade since they're able to get another turtle on top of it. And now Neil will go down with Nora tanking the tower for Mieko. Mega kill streak on this Granger.
The right side open. Nora will have no casualty, will be able to back away easily. But this ganking that was done by Turkey, success after success. And even so, Team Iran, they have been able to control just a little bit, but still not going to be enough.
Iran needs to buy a little bit more time. They need to start funneling gold into Sherry and Nirvana, but they're not really given the space on the map to do so. If they try to split push, Kujo pops out of nowhere. If they try to stay together, then they're not farming as efficiently, and the map control is not allowing them to walk up safely either.
But Kujo a bit caught off guard all by herself. Can she actually manage to survive? She managed to survive, but comes along Unohana just saying to back off from my jungler.
Yeah, I think that it was good of Iran to try and punish Kujo for walking into the bush without vision, but it might have been better if they tried to bait out the dashes from the Joy beforehand. I'm not too sure if they have what it takes to do so, though. There's not a lot of resources they can make use of.
Comes in along with electrifying bees. At the moment, Feather side has been opened. Is it going to be enough damage? Neil will be taken out by Mieko first of all. Kana had to back away. All the fires, all the burning grounds will not be enough as Neil will be immediately shut down.
All things considered, only losing the Esmeralda there is actually not too bad for Iran, but the longer the game goes, the more we can see that they are in a terribly uncomfortable position. We're at the 9-minute mark. Goal lead is 7k for Turkey, one of the bigger snowballs that we've seen so far in WEC 2025, and they are not letting up on the pressure.
I mean, if you were them right now, right, Safa, like, what are the things that needs to be prioritized for Team Iran? Because the fact is, they haven't found a backdoor to make sure they can actually open an opportunity to just shut down Team Turkey. So, in your position right now, what can you do?
The ideal is try and bait Turkey into a full 5-man fight into the base. Like you basically need Turkey to make a really aggressive call, almost unnecessarily so that you can set up the Curse of Blood into the flamethrower. But so far, Turkey has been clean.
They are being clean, especially the fact that Turkey, a lot of time, Earthen Rapid being put out, that wall just guards out every mobility that is done by Team Iran. They're denying the movement, and that's what makes Turkey just rise to the top. And even more so, giving a lot of the turrets in their hands.
Slowly but surely, the vice grip is closing. Once again, as a reminder to the stakes here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lower brackets. And Turkey is already one game up. If they're able to claim victory here, that means that Iran's journey at WEC is about to end. And while it is an impressive performance so far, any team would want to stay longer.
Oh, Rampage! A squares of tectonic charge comes through, but goes back again. Further aside, try to peel away. But RWM able to push on things on Kana. Visegrad will be shut down by Mieko with Zendaya. Will be able to trade off with Neil, but unfortunately, this is going to be the only one left. Sherry as the defending of Team Iran. They break the turret for the bottom, and now they're pushing in for the mid as well. Sherry, there's no way out from here as the Lord is marching in. Team Turkey knows for a fact this crystal is for them to win. Comes along Uno Hana to say, Sherry, back up. This crystal is for us to take. No one is going to take away from the hands of Turkey.
Team Turkey successfully clean sweeps their opponent. They will eliminate Team Iran from contention in a very, very clean performance, where it almost seemed like it wasn't even a contest. Clean gameplay, solid drafts, and perfect execution. You can tell that they are prepared for the next level of the tournament.
Again, we have to give a lot of credits to all the setup that was done by Turkey. With the fact that that tectonic charge came just right on time, as well as how the RWM just give a lot of the movement for the team of Iran, could not get out of the setup that was done by Turkey.
It was basically putting Team Iran through a blender, basically.
Yeah.
This big stun into the electrifying beats and the Death Sonata sniping from afar. They melted so quickly. And with the lead that Team Turkey had already built up, it basically became impossible to make any hope of a reversal happen. So while it is unfortunately the end of the journey, we gotta give props over to Team Iran, one of their first appearances here, and already putting up and showing us their potential.
Oh, agree, definitely. As a debut itself, for you to just not just survive for the group stage, you were able to actually come back from the play-ins and now going into the lower brackets. It shows how much potential they have. But again, this is a props to the side of Turkey, because they are the one who will be moving on to the lower bracket upper, beating off with Cambodia. And now we're gonna have a little bit of talk with our host, Rose. So let's hear it out after their win. What do they feel about it?
Sweep continues on the main stage of WEC 2025. And right now, I am with Team Turkey after a 2-0 clean sweep. Congratulations, girls.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after that win?
We are so excited. We are so happy because we are so good.
Yes, that is very good. Now, we were just chatting a little bit just now at how the last time we met was over at EWC earlier in this year. Now, how is Malaysia like? Is it your first time in Malaysia?
No, we came here before Riyadh tournament for the boot camp.
I see. So how is it like to be back? Do you guys like Malaysia?
Yes, also like very much. I'm not like that. She's very like the food.
Oh, what food do you like?
Love it. Especially seafoods.
Oh, the seafood, probably like ikan bakar and all that kind of stuff. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game, because in game 1, Team Iran played Benedetta Gold Lane. Did that surprise you guys? Were you guys shocked a little bit?
Unana is a Benedetta main also. She have 1,000 matches in Benedetta. So we are not that so much surprised. We expected, yeah.
Oh, but it did seem like it gave you guys kind of a hard time in the gold lane. So how did you guys manage to beat the Benedetta? Is it because Uno Hana is a very good Benedetta player?
She is the best Benedetta player for us.
So she knows how to counter the hero since it came out. Now tomorrow, you guys will be heading on to the playoffs, playing another do or die match. So what is the preparation like for tomorrow's match?
We plan to best top 3.
Wow, best top 3 at least. So how are you guys going to prepare for that? Screams tonight?
Yes, we did screams a lot. I think 2 per day.
Oh, 2 a day, 2 screams a day. I have a question. Since you guys have been to Malaysia before as well, have you guys played Malaysian ranked games on ML? Is it good?
Yes, we did, and I think Malaysia's rank games is more better than Turkey.
Oh, I see, I see. I think she hasn't met all the dark systems yet. But yeah, thank you so much to Team Turkey. Congratulations on the win. I will see you girls tomorrow. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to break down what happened on this match.
Big props to saying that how Malaysia rank is really fun. I like that. I really feel happy to hear that from the Turkey representative. But again, we really want to congratulate to Turkey because still maintaining to be surviving here at WEC 2025. But this is going to be a goodbye to Team Iran. And we want to actually break down even more of what has happened for this round number 2 against these two teams. Because the fact is, I feel like what Uno Hana said just now makes sense because the fact that they kind of actually, yes, they are a little bit surprised when Benedetta comes off as the goal lane, but she was already well experienced using Benedetta in her own experience. So this is where the fine line, how if players are already experienced, have already been playing the same characters or playing heroes in their own rank or in their own gameplay, it shows how much they know how to counter it, right?
Yeah, definitely, right? When you have a mastery over a hero, you know its weaknesses, you know its strengths, and so when it's on the opposite side, you do have a slightly innate knowledge, like a subconscious feeling of, okay, this is how I need to play against it. Obviously, you still want to be able to practice, ideally, but having that understanding already is the first step towards making it work in the first place. We can see here the game stats. This was a very short game number 2, not even hitting the 11-minute mark, but it was a 14,000 gold difference at the very end there, with Kujo and Mieko both getting massive amounts of farm. And I'm gonna sound a little bit like a broken record at this point, but this was also a draft issue, unfortunately. The Carmilla, as well as the X-Borg being picked up, not having enough crowd control, the burst damage being easily cancelled on Nirvana. Team Iran didn't have the tools for success here.
Oh, I do agree on that because there was a lot of things that they need to actually patch up right here, as the fact that you don't have any of the, how do I say, catch factor, the pickup heroes that can be actually put out into the draft itself, even though you know for a fact it's not gonna be easy. But once Kujo comes along, or once Joy was been picked up right here for the draft itself, you have to have someone that you can actually crowd control the movement, because the mobility wise of Joy itself, it can be a little bit of sleepy and tricky, but still, with the fact that we know Team Turkey, they keep on putting up a really good setup with the Grok as well as Zendaya having Geef in there.
And that's why I was saying maybe the Kaja would have been good instead at the very end. At least you have some way of catching the Joy. Yes, you ideally want some AoE, since if you only catch one, then you might have to deal with the rest, but at least you can catch one. At least you can make your opponents a little bit more wary about just diving straight into your face. So that is a bit of an unfortunate case, but as a result, we see Mieko this time being the Gold Hunter and the GOAT. This Granger basically having free reign and free farm throughout the entirety of the game. Neil trying to do her best to tank for the rest of the squad, but without sufficient damage, Zendaya can come in as the best support and secure assists with that RWM once again.
I mean, again, we talked about how Uno Hana 1v1 with Neil, right? They won't have any issue whatsoever, but when it comes to the team fight, this is where the problem starts for Team Iran. Even though no matter how much you want to actually focus on the individual fights, team fights what makes things actually fruitful for Team Turkey. Once they actually be able to cover the grounds, especially the fact that every backline was trying to be secure. We saw how Kana tried to go from the backside, end up being tag off or being catch straight away because of the RWM that was put out by Unohana. But now we're moving on to our MVP for our match today, whereby Mieko giving a lot of damage with this Granger.
8-1 and 2 on the Granger, 866 GPM. We already can tell just from the game itself that Mieko was basically undisturbed throughout the entirety of it. There was that one death when she tried to aggressively flicker forward to take someone with her, but even that was on her own terms, right? So the control was there. damage. Clearly, she had nearly max stack Skypiercer by the time the game ended, and that's just such a difficult thing to handle when you're up against a Granger, even managing to get that Sea Halberd in to help deal with the sustain heroes on the opposite side. So just a clean performance from Team Turkey.
Oh yeah, we gotta say actually this is one of the best cleanest performance that we've seen from Turkey, especially the fact that we saw how it was when they were fighting off with Team Indonesia. It wasn't really a good smooth ride for them, but this is like a really good build up after that defeat for their own side, and coming along right now, it might actually even set up a really good standard moving to meet with the team of Cambodia.
And now that we are starting to enter the later stages of the competition, it just means that gameplay will just go up even higher. Unohana as well, once again, showing why she is an EXP laner to keep an eye on here, going for that side dive into the bush. Actually set up the kill onto Nirvana and denied most of the damage coming in. And in here, we can see the final attempt, the final play, the big blender action coming in from the electrifying beats. That's how you can tell the goal difference is just insurmountable.
And the fact that you talked about is how every single time Kana comes in with the last Insanity, it's a little bit too earlier on. That kind of actually portrays how much that Team Iran waste a little bit of the resources too early on. If you actually come into a bait that Team Turkey has already served or probably already set up, this is where the fine line, they see all your skills already been used up, they will come back to punish you. And unfortunately, Iran is just on the lower end of the hand itself, but it's okay. You will be able to pull yourself because again, this is just end of 2025. There will be more to come, and hopefully it will be a better opportunity coming along for Team Iran on 2026. But great job on debuting here for the second year.
It's the first time that they've been able to make it here.
Yeah.
And they're in the playoffs as well, right?
Yeah.
It's the first stage of the playoffs, so it's still a bit sad to end their journey so early on. But the fact that they were able to make it all this way is something to be proud of. And we can look forward to their growth moving on into the years coming up. But that means that we are going to be able to end one of our lower bracket matches here. We've still got one more coming after this.
Yes, sir. Uzbekistan versus Argentina. They haven't had a really good start as well for their own group stage, but can they make a change here? Because both of them also have a lifeline at stake. They only have one more chance to survive here at WEC 2025. This will be taken over by Lafel and Husky after this. I am Fasha Bani as well as Starfa signing off, but please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned right here for the next matchup, not only for women category, but also for man category.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment.